This is
And
Steve.
Is Steve on?
I don't see him.
No,
I'll give him a call. His emails were bouncing back to me last week, so I don't know if he's got the information.
Thanks, Alyssa.
but Johanna, where is she?
She's there with her baby.
She's got the picture of her and the great grandchild.
Oh. Yeah, little Stevie.
Computer for a minute.
Elizabeth. She's muted. Good morning.
Good morning.
Now you got your sound on.
Yeah.
Good to see you.
You too, Penny.
Thanks.
Okay, we got Stephen.
There he is.
And it's just past 9, so let me start by welcoming all the e-board members, welcoming all of our staff. Looks like we have a full staff team here. And welcoming our many guests. Thank you for getting up early this morning. This is a little earlier than normal RPEC time start, and thanks for being here. I guess that's I will now call the meeting to order at 9:02. Maurice, can you lead us in a flag salute if Derek can put up a flag for us? Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Maurice.
And
You will
I'll now
find
read the tribal agreement.
Okay, you'll find
Tribal
that on
acknowledgement.
page 4 if you want to follow along in your packet.
We acknowledge that we are on the traditional lands of the first people of the state of Washington, past and present. We honor them in their land and are grateful to them for this home.
Thank you, Maurice. Nancy, are you ready to do roll call?
Yes. Although we've seen people, I like to call them all by name. Claire Olivers,
Present?
Maurice Garrett,
Here,
Johanna Standish. Here. Nancy Healy here, Cheryl Mosier. Here. And Betty Ray is excused. Candy Craig.
present.
Steve Gamble,
Here.
Penny Hall, I see her, maybe she's muted. I did see her.
Here, here.
Okay, I want to make sure you're still with us. Mike Marston,
Here.
Katrina Weincoop Simmons,
Here.
Carol Dotledge,
Here.
Alma Jean Marion,
Present.
and Claude Burfett.
Present.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. Agenda. So you got a revised agenda by email that added one forgotten item to the one that's in your packet. The agenda in the hopefully you printed out the one from the email. The agenda in the packet starts at page 4. No, sorry. Page 1, actually. Okay. First 3 pages. The addition that I should point out is to the October 23rd Finance Committee minutes. One of the action items was left off. It is now action item 1. Action item 2 was in your agenda previously. So are there any other errors anybody's found in the agenda or things that need to be added? Well, with that one change, can I get a motion to adopt the agenda?
Motion to adopt.
Claude, I see you have a hand up.
I thought we did, I didn't see where we were to give district reports in the agenda.
Way down on page 3, at the very
Number
top of
14.
page 3 on my printed version.
It's on page 2 of mine.
Page 2, number 14.
Bottom of page 2. And item 14 on the agenda.
Oh, I see it now.
Okay.
Okay.
Second.
So we have a motion and second to adopt the agenda with the one change to the minutes of the second Finance Committee meeting. Discussion. Those in favor, please raise your digital hand.
Show 11.
Looks like we got what, 11? So let's put those hands down, and those opposed, raise your digital hand. Okay, 11-0. Thank you. Meeting agreements, page 5 in your packet. Hopefully you have reviewed these. Let me run through them quickly. Use Robert's rules. Be respectful to each other. Stay on task and agenda and refer tangential items to the parking lot for later discussion under good of the order. Make space for all voices. Be positive. Speak with care. Frame remarks in a constructive manner without calling out individuals. Arrive on time and return on time from breaks. Listen to others when they speak. Refrain from dominating the discussion to allow all to contribute. Ask questions that lead to effective decision-making. Before you speak, think, is it true? Is it helpful? Is it inspiring? Is it necessary? Is it kind? And refrain from restating what has already been said. I don't need a motion on that. We have adopted these previously, but it's just a reminder. And we are not going to get a verbal federal update from ASME retirees this morning. I don't know if Carlos is even on yet, but we invite ASME retirees to always attend our board meeting because they've been a great partner, especially as we've gone through the strategic planning process. And we really appreciate their support. And I think Carlos indicated that there really wasn't much in the way of new news. However, we are, of course, once again, as we were when Nancy and Derek and I went back for the ASME retirees meeting, under the shadow of an looming government shutdown. So I guess that's the news of the day. Carol, I see you have a hand up.
I do, thank you. It's just a question. I thought we were going to work in the first hour on the strategic plan.
Second, it should start the second hour off. We're getting through the preliminaries here first.
Okay, because I would be opposed to adopting any motions that impact the strategic plan until we've had that discussion about the plan.
Yeah, it comes ahead of the budget and those kinds of things.
I thought maybe I misunderstood, but I thought said we.
It's item 8D on my agenda.
Okay, but I'm looking at the letter that was sent from you, and it said we've scheduled an hour to discuss the revised strategic plan draft.
Yeah.
So, and then after lunch, we're going to do the auditor's report and the draft operating budget, and
Right.
they all impact each other. So I just heads up, if there are things in the minutes that we adopt that impact the plan or the budget in any way, I'm going to object to it.
And we our intent is to take the act on the actions in reports ahead of the budget discussion that don't impact the budget, and then the ones that do will be part of the budget discussion and part of the action on the budget.
Okay, I just didn't understand that. I thought we were doing the first hour on the strategic plan. I apologize.
Well, we'll get an hour, but we're kind of waltzing through the minutes and the president's report and stuff like that on our way there. Let's see. So Carlos freed up some time for us. We have the e-board meeting minutes of August 22nd. Hopefully you've all reviewed those. They start on page 6. Can I get a motion to accept those minutes?
So moved.
Thank you, Claude.
Second.
Thank you, Penny. Any edits to the minutes of the August executive board meeting? Seeing none, I don't think we need discussion if there are no edits. So those who wish to accept the minutes of the August 22nd meeting, please raise your digital hand. Johanna likes them so much she's clapping. I saw 11 hands. 12. Okay, let's put our hands down. Those opposed to accepting the minutes as offered, please signify by raising your hand. Carol. Okay. One opposed. You'll find, moving on, you'll find my president's report at page 12. You know, due to printing and mailing deadlines, things continue to happen after that's written. I'll just mention one thing, and that's the WFC policy committee meeting a little over a week ago, Saturday, a week ago. I had a 5-minute opportunity to give a speech to the assembled body. You know, as a technical guy, I'm used to offering dry information that isn't all that exciting to people, but I was surprised to find that I actually got a couple of applause lines in my speech, which is a rare thing for a guy like me. So I think I might have found some connection that the actives can relate to about how we can work together and how we offer them an opportunity to continue their activism and advocacy beyond their working career. So I was blown away. I'm not used to getting applause lines and you know, in the middle of a speech. So that was fun. So please read my report for the rest of the story. You have 3 sets of executive committee meeting minutes from September 18th, October 4th, and October 16th. I know you've seen these before as they were produced, and they're in your packet as well. Right behind my report, page 14, page 18, page 20. I get, do I have any comments on any of the edits or comments on any of those minutes? You could conceivably take them as a single motion for all 3 if you want. Andy?
Thank you. I would like to address each of these motions individually, please. Thank you.
Okay, no problem. Can I get a motion on the September 18th minutes?
Moved.
Second.
Thank you. Edits, comments? Seeing none, those who wish to accept the executive committee minutes of September 18, please raise your digital hand.
Claire, before you move there,
Claire, you had a hand up.
my question is, if we adopt these minutes, are we then committed to the increase in registration fee for the 2024 convention forum?
That will be handled under the treasurer's report.
So adoption of these minutes does not lock us in or commit us to this action.
The action is scheduled down at item 11. And it's action 1 under item 11, the treasurer's report.
Okay, I just want to clarify that adoption of these minutes does not in effect adopt the actions. In other words, the fact that they show up in your executive committee minutes does not mean that the board approved that action. Is that
Right,
correct?
we have established a routine of accepting minutes and then dealing with actions individually.
Okay, that's backwards from what I'm used to. So thank you for clarifying that.
Thank you. So, those who wish to accept these minutes of September 18, digital hands, please. It's like everybody, thank you. Hands down. We have the minutes of October 14th, page 18. Carol? Oh, no. Any, can I get a motion on the acceptance of the October 4th executive
moved.
committee minutes?
So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. Comments? Edits, questions? Those in favor of accepting the October 4th, 2023 executive committee minutes, please use your digital hand. Looks unanimous. Thank you. The October 16 minutes are on start on page 20. Cheryl,
Oh, sorry.
still voting?
Yep.
Andy,
Okay, thank you. So on the October 16th, then we have on number 5, the potential executive board meeting dates that your motion. And then we have an individual sheet. So are we taking these separately?
yeah, on your agenda, you'll see there's an action 1 right below this set of minutes that would approve the meeting dates. Is that answer your question?
Okay, so now where did
We'll
you
do that
say?
separately.
Okay, you're going to do it separately. And where's that one at on the agenda?
Right below the minutes for October 16th. Says
Oh.
action 1. It should.
Okay, now I'm lost a little bit. Okay, so we're in the minutes. Okay, let me go back to the agenda. We have
Agenda
October-
item
wait,
8,
okay.
President's Report, and we're down at A, third dark bullet, and then you see there's an action item with an open bullet right below that.
So on that action, we're not going to do that today based on your minutes. You said we were going to do these separately. So are we now trying to accept those minutes?
I want you to, I want to accept the minutes, and then immediately we'll go to the dates, and we've got the dates in your packet also. So all we're doing here is accepting the minutes, and then we will talk about the dates.
Okay, so what the issue I have is that on your proposed schedule in your minutes, it has November 19th, 2024, in-person Olympia. There is, and at the bottom of that sheet, it says all meetings will be held virtually unless otherwise indicated. I want to bring up the fact that I do not want just one executive board meeting, and I don't know if this is the place that I can take that action.
The appropriate time to change dates or change venues would be in the next vote we're going to take, which will be on the dates, meeting dates themselves.
Okay,
I will accommodate your input first. Other questions, comments on the October 16 minutes? Those in favor of accepting those minutes, please raise your digital hand. Looks unanimous. Thank you. Okay, so now we're at the action item, and on page 22, you will see in your packet, you will see the proposed meeting dates. And that's for executive board, the new board members training ahead of the November meeting, and executive committee meeting dates, preliminary, I would say, proposed finance committee meeting dates, proposed legislative committee meeting dates, membership committee meeting dates, and PAC TBD. So, Candy, edits that you would like to make to this list?
The list, I think, for the dates are good. And then, so my motion would be to accept the proposed executive board meeting dates, but to include that we have 3 executive board meetings in person, allowing just 1 to be by Zoom. If I can have a second.
I'll second.
Okay. So I've said this before numerous times. The fact is that we, the executive board, we're a nonprofit organization. The money comes from our members. We need to meet in person to have that relationship with our other executive board meetings. We're elected to do the job. We need to work together. When we're on Zoom, we cannot really connect with the person. If I want at lunchtime to talk to somebody about something I don't agree with, I can't do that on Zoom. I can't on breaks on Zoom say, hey, this is what I'm thinking. What about you? Let's make this motion. We don't have the ability to do that. We're not relating to each other and doing the work. We're basically being cut out of being a executive board committee. We talk about what is the role of the RPEC, and that's to unite people. Well, that means it's to unite us also. We're not relating to each other when we're on Zoom. You can't have that connection with each other. I think it's important that we have at least 3 of these in person, and then we can address this in the budget for the amount that it's going to take. So thank you.
Carol? You're muted. There you
go. So I just want to say on behalf of our members who don't, use computers, who try to do the meeting by telephone, by using their smartphone instead of a computer, and how difficult that is for them. And so as the new board members come on, we don't know what their digital capacity is. And I don't think we can make it a requirement of a board officer, an e-board officer serving, to have this kind of technology, particularly when the majority of our membership is in fact in the realm of the Plan 1 retirees, which speaks to age and capability of use of the digital platforms. So I think this places a barrier to people being able to serve on the executive board when they're not computer literate, or when they're actually opposed to using the computers in this way. So that's my concern. It seems to me to be a barrier for older people to serve on the board. Thank you.
Claude?
Yes, I would like to amend what Candy was stating 3, I would like to amend it to 2. That way, I mean, we are talking about an aging group of people. And there are people that are driving 100, 150 miles. Even you, Candy, is driving close to 300 miles to get here, or flying, whichever way you get here. But I'm saying that we are an aging group, and I think that it would be more idealistic if we said 2 meetings instead of 3.
That's a motion, right?
That's a motion. I make a motion to
Is there a
amend
second
it.
out there?
I will second that.
Let's see, I guess I should take comment, input on the amendment. Nancy, is that what your hand's up for?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I can speak to both issues. My concern is the budget, and I'm asking Candy as the maker of the motion what the expense would be, what the expense is per meeting when it's in person, so we know what we're voting on.
Yeah.
It's thousands and thousands of dollars. So Elizabeth, maybe you can look and see. I guess what I would say is, my question to the board is, have you functioned effectively over the last year, having 3 virtual meetings and 1 extensive in-person meeting?
Yes.
So I've only seen a couple of people respond. So if the answer is yes, then technology isn't necessarily a barrier. In terms of the comments about older board members who may have a technology barrier, we have helped our board members in the past by helping them with this technology, and we have board members who are active, excuse me, I should say members who are active who are over the age of 90 who have no trouble with Zoom. And so, you know, our team is accustomed to supporting our members with that. We've even been able to provide some technology on loan for members who have an equipment issue. So just know that we have worked with this situation in the past, and it has not been a barrier for participation. I also want to note that we have a changing population of our members moving forward. We do have a significant number of our members who are in their mid to late 70s and up through their 80s. But we also are, you know, recall that we have half of our members who are vested in plans 2 and 3, who are, you know, between the age of 60 and maybe their early 70s. And that population is a growing population for the organization. So that's something to bear in mind.
Comment?
Stephen?
Yes, I think for the present time, the way we are conducting it with 2 in-person meetings and the rest Zoom is good. Now, I appreciate Candy's comments, and maybe down the line, when we do hit this point where we have engender more or enroll more younger RPEC members, we may want to go back to a 3 or 4 board committee meeting in person. That's all the comments I have.
Andy?
Thank you. So, good comments. We have been talking about, connecting with each other and the cost. Like I said, we can address the cost in the budget. Elizabeth has the figures basically showing what does it cost for an executive board to actually operate. My fear is that if you change and put that we are only one or even only 2 meetings in person, then we're stuck with the fact that we approved it. We have been increasing our money. We have money in reserves that we can use. This is the members' money. The members want us to be able to represent them. And I believe that the best way to represent them is in person. So I'm still asking for at least to have 3 executive board meetings. Thank you, in person.
Alma Jean.
Me unmute. Thank you. The request to have online meetings in my district was very strongly supported by retirees that are basically unable to get about. The only way they could participate was from home base. I also received requests from seniors in my district that they could not be gone from their residence if they had spouses that needed their support in a caregiver capacity. PERS 1 members, we have a very large number of them in my district. And the ability to participate from home base as opposed to travel, which is unacceptable considering issues about safety. And it opened up an opportunity for those to participate who have not been able to participate. The other comment that comes from seniors in my district is that although some of our members are willing to provide transportation for those who cannot drive anymore, they don't want to put the liability on the shoulders of other members for their safety, and they reject or turn down those opportunities to ride with someone or to be supported by others. I received several calls from members who, when we started doing more online meetings, were appreciative because that was their way of participating. So, we have conversation coming from both sides. And as far as trying something new and testing and reviewing, see what works, I think that's what I'm hearing.
Maurice.
I agree with everyone. Everybody's got good arguments, but Jean makes a good point also that if we do go forward as a board, like I said, there's a lot of, reasons is it's going to have to be offered hybrid because people are going to have the choice. Like Jean made good points. I want to help your organization, but I cannot commit to coming to Olympia from, say, like Candy's area or Steve's area. But if you allow me to come in digitally, I will work and be a leader. So we're back to the same thing, but we would have to, as a group, consider this. It would have to be offered in a hybrid sense. And I think you're going to find you're going to end up back with more people hybrid than showing up in person. And like anything, there's a cost for all of this. So it definitely, like Candy pointed out, would have to be addressed in the budget. And that's going to mean something is going to have to be cut to provide for mileage and lodging and things like that. So we have to look realistically at the big picture. Overall, how's this impacting in the overall picture of things monetarily and safety and all the other good points that were brought up.
Thanks, Maurice. Did you take your hand down, Lori, or did it time out?
Oh, I took it down. Actually, Maurice covered some of the things I was about to
Okay.
say.
Tim?
If it's appropriate, if it's time for guests to ask questions, if the board members have other questions, I would defer to them, but if it's
There are
appropriate
no
now.
other hands up.
I have a question. It's more about, as we look to, at the chapter level, look to the council as best practices as a model. And I probably know the answer to this, but what is the thinking behind going to basically mostly virtual? I would assume it's a budget impact issue, but that's something that I'll be asked about at the chapter level, just as a model that we're following.
Yeah, I think it's primarily driven. Well, there's two factors. It's the winter meeting is iffy weather-wise, but for the most part, it's driven by the cost of housing, feeding, and transporting the precious cargo of board members to the meeting. Also, I think to some extent, it allows, if you look at who's here as guests today, it allows a broader array of members to attend. Certainly when we met in person, we saw a lot more folks from your chapter, Tim, but we didn't see very many, from chapters farther away. And today we're seeing people from all around. So that might be part of it as well. But for me, it's about the cost. The lesson that I took away from COVID was it's god awful expensive to have in-person meetings compared to virtual. And I think I agree with Lori that the members who are coming up to serve on the board, one would expect that they are younger on average than the current board members and more digitally facile than some of us older farts. Lori?
Just to add one more point, again, the board's we've demonstrated through COVID in the last couple years that we can conduct business effectively. And, this has not compromised the ability of the organization. And there's been a lot of benefits to going towards the virtual meetings. So again, I go back to the question, has the board been effective in a digital environment? And the answer's been yes. And we have chapters all over the state that are moving towards the digital for all the reasons that others have shared. So it's an effective communication mechanism, and it's working.
Is it possible I ask a follow-up, Claire, because of the good information that both you and Lori provided? Is that possible, or should I wait until my place in line again?
Yeah, put your hand up, because Alma Jean has her hand up.
Sure. All right.
And Johanna also.
May I speak? This is Alma Jean.
Yeah, please.
I really do want to make one point very clear. Going back as far as when I first retired over 30 years ago, the younger set wanted tech. They wanted to have the capability. They didn't want to sit through all day meetings. They didn't want to spend a lot of time in boardrooms. They wanted to be able to do it on the go. I had to rewrite all of my training programs so they were on cassettes to make it easier for them to do it on their time. So your younger set isn't necessarily interested in sitting in long meetings, travel time, where they can't do what they think they're supposed to be doing on their regular workload. Especially in the area of patient care. Patient care personnel want to be where their patients are, and they don't want to be gone. They want to do it quickly. Orientations, everything had to be put into some type of quick way of doing it and learning on my own time, not in all-day meetings. So it's not a given that younger people are more interested in doing it high tech or otherwise. They want anything that is faster. They want it to happen quickly.
Thank you. Johanna?
I think I'd be interested in hearing from people who are attending this meeting who might not have done so otherwise. I think that what we're doing with Zoom kinds of meetings is much more inclusive of our general membership. And it certainly is the fiscally appropriate thing to do. We have huge challenges ahead of us to stay in business and to provide the service to, I guess, ensure that our mission is achieved. So I am very supportive of the single in-person meeting, and I hope that you will agree.
Sorry, Tim, Claude is ahead of you now.
I call a question and we need to vote on the amended version because I think we've had enough discussion on this issue.
Question's been called on the amendment to have 2 in-person meetings next year. Those in favor, please raise your digital hand. Johanna, your hand is still up. That's looks like 8 as I count, and those opposed, same sign. Let's get those hands down first, okay. 5. So that passes. On the amended motion to have 2 in-person meetings next year, which I don't believe that changes anything else but the number of meetings that we can figure out what dates those might be. On the amended motion, those in favor, raise your digital hand. I see.
Wait a minute.
We got a guest voting. That you don't get to vote, Barbara. Thank you.
I have a question. Didn't you just vote on the motion? The motion was to
You
accept.
voted on the amendment to amend your motion from 3 to 2
Okay.
in-person meetings.
Then
That passed. And
amended.
now on the main motion to have 2 in-person meetings per year, I am taking the ayes. I see 3 ayes. Those opposed by the same sign. I have 6, 7, 8. 8 opposed.
So the motion was approved for 2 meetings.
Right, that we don't
The
need
motion, what
we don't
the
need a
motion was amended from 3 to 2, and it still did not pass
I don't know that people really understood.
by a vote
that.
of 8 to 3.
I would like to have
Well, I think they understood.
I'd like to have a recount. I'm wondering if people understood. We had a motion on the
Okay.
floor. Was for 1.
Um,
And then we had that Claude made a motion to 2. Then the
Andy,
amendment was accepted.
Stop. I will explain where we're at.
Okay, thank you.
Your motion for 3 in-person meetings was amended to 2 successfully. That is now the main motion that we just voted on, and I will be happy to do another revote on that. Claude, is your hand up because you're voting or you wanted to say something?
Let me take my hand down. Hold up. Oh, Lord.
Okay, so the motion on the floor, the main motion, the final motion is for 2 in-person meetings next year. Those in favor of that 2 meetings in person, raise your digital hand. I have 4, 5, 6. Those opposed by the same show of hands. I have, did all the hands come down from the first vote? Okay, I have 6 yet again. Somebody didn't vote.
Claire, it's Cheryl.
Cheryl's having trouble.
I'm having trouble because I can't find reactions down below.
Can
Something
you
else
show your,
opened.
can you
up.
show your physical hand?
Yes. Is that,
Okay,
is it up? I can't see myself. There.
that would be 7. So the motion fails. It would have failed as a tie anyway. Thank you. We will move on to,
Claire, I got a question. I don't understand. We just got a majority. Why does it fail?
you got a majority on changing your original motion to 2 days rather, 2 meetings rather than 3.
Right.
The main motion failed because some of us don't want 2 or 3 in-person meetings. Or I should say the majority of us
Okay.
want what is proposed, which is 1 in-person meeting.
But there was a motion now for the 2 meetings and it had a majority vote for yes.
Right.
So how does it not pass, Claire? It should be, yes, it's 2, it passed. Because you had 7 to 6, so it passes.
You know, and I know you know, that when a motion is amended, that's not the same as adopting it. That's amending it. And then the amended motion goes on the floor and is voted on.
Right,
And it may pass or it may not pass.
right.
And it didn't.
It passed. because
Twice.
it-
We voted twice and it did not pass either time.
It's
The
passed.
amended, once you vote on an amendment, on an amended motion, if that motion passes the first time, that's it. It is on record as now 2 meetings as opposed to 3. We don't have to vote on the motion because the amended motion superseded the
If the
original.
motion is, it is not uncommon at all for motions to receive unfriendly amendments that kill them. This happens all the time.
When the amendment, we voted on the amendment, it was 8 people that voted yes to 2. Then we
2.
brought it back, 2 meetings. Then we brought it
8
back.
people
because-
thought, 8 people thought that 2 meetings in person was better than 3.
Correct.
7 people thought that 1 meeting in person was better than 2.
And then it
That's
got,
where we are.
it got brought and it was 7 to 6 to vote. The vote was, it was a
Because
vote
there are
was,
13 votes.
yeah,
to have.
and we had, you counted the votes and it was 7 to 6 is what I heard. So
Yes,
the motion
7 to
passed.
6. The second time, it was actually much more separation between the yeses and the nos the first time, but the second time on your revote, it still failed.
It
We are
passed.
done with this item and we are moving along.
It is, but it passed. I'm questioning it passed. It was 7 to 6 is what I heard.
Excuse me, I
No,
think
it
the
was
vote was
6
7
in favor
negative.
and 7 opposed.
That's
I heard 7-4 and 6.
Even if we hadn't gotten Cheryl's vote, it would have been a tie and the motion would have failed.
Okay, so Jacob is just putting something that it was 6 to 7. I heard that it was 7 to
6 for, 7 against. It's time to stop, Candy. Let go, give up. It didn't pass.
Okay, I misunderstood. I thought it was 7 to 6. Thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you. We have a report on the Wasara Convention. It's page 23 in your packet. Lori, were you planning to verbal as well?
I can do that just real quickly. You can read what's in the packet. The report includes a quick highlight of our delegates that participated. We put forward 2 motions that were approved unanimously. One dealt with the recurring COLA for our PERS 1 and TERS 1 retirees. The second related to increasing the Medicare explicit subsidy that's provided to public sector retirees who earn their healthcare benefits from the Healthcare Authority, the Public Employees Benefits Board. And that also passed unanimously. And then in addition, we had a nice surprise. RPEC, in addition to WEA retired, the Washington Education Association retired, received the Senior Champion Award. And our organizations earned that award for leading our legislative advocacy in the last legislative session around preserving healthcare choice, protecting traditional Medicare, and requiring the Healthcare Authority to do a better job in serving retirees. So that's the end of the Wasara report. Thank you.
Thank you. Information item. Next executive committee meeting is November 20th. This would be a good time to take a 15-minute break. That would put us back here at 11 minutes after 10. We will take a recess.
Oh, my head, but. Yeah. No, I do not. I
Somebody snoop. Okay, right here.
Hi, Carlos. It's really good to see you.
Hi, Carol. Nice to see you as well.
How's
Nice
your
to see everyone.
how's your family?
Great. Baby's growing, 7 months. Just started solids recently. Funny story. Is that the doctor the day that we went for the checkup gave us the okay to start solids. And she's like, "Oh, don't expect that she's gonna eat it. Just on a plate." Oh no, the first opportunity gave her oatmeal, she devoured it. So I'm like, oh yeah. She's got her dad's appetite. Oh,
All right. All right.
but she's great, strong, and awesome. How are y'all doing? How are you doing, Carol?
Okay. Everything's okay. Yep.
Hello, Carlos. Hello, Susan.
Hey, Derek.
Good to see you
Hey,
guys.
Susan.
Hi, Susan.
Hello, all.
Are you going to call us beautiful people again?
You are always beautiful peoples in my mind. Always, always.
Have you been well?
I have. I'm enjoying watching the leaves turn all sorts of colors.
It is beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah, of course, every time I rake something in my yard, then the wind comes up and it's done, but it's still a beautiful process. I love it.
We have those fir needles everywhere, and
Oh,
they
yeah.
get tracked into the house, and then they weave their way into your rug. It's really
Yes.
fun this time of year.
Yes.
The
Yes.
windstorm recently, so we got the full effect.
Yes. Yeah.
This is Alma Jean. For those of you who can hear me, I want you to know as a 18 retiree, pushing 83, I am thoroughly enjoying the at-home opportunity to participate in this meeting with my 95-pound American Akita, who wants all my attention here this morning. Didn't have to push away for someone else to take care of him. I can look at him outside and look on my ground while I sit here, drink my coffee, listen to you, and feel very connected. I love meetings. I like coming together and shaking hands. And we still have an opportunity to do that through our chapter meetings, through our district-wide meetings, other things that we think about where we can bring us closer together. So I appreciate this platform of conducting the business this way.
Thank you, Alma Jean. Welcome, Susan. Welcome, Carlos. We're just on a little break. Everyone's coming back in a couple minutes.
Are we all back? I noticed in the chat that Katrina didn't get her mailed packet. Is there anybody else who did not get the packet in the mail? In addition to the 2 or 3 digital versions?
I did not get a packet. I don't know if I should have received one, but I did not.
Yeah, board members anyway. The packet did go out to chapter presidents as well. And they could have forwarded it to their members had they chosen.
Okay, thank you.
Looks like we're reasonably ready to get started. It's 10:12. And let me remind myself where I'm at here.
I see our guests arrived.
Yes, welcome Carlos and Susan. Good to have you here. As we move on to the strategic plan and with no further ado, Lori, take it away. Are you muted, Lori?
All right. I hope everyone can see my screen. So, our purpose today is to review the draft of the strategic plan that all of you have had an opportunity to review now for some time. And you'll recall that we had 2 listening sessions, one that took place on October 23rd and the other on October 27th. And each of those sessions were 2 hours. And they each extended 2 hours. We had some board members who attended more than one session. And this was an opportunity for you to give feedback on the initial draft. And so Claire's going to kind of give an overview of some of the things that the board has accomplished to date to bring us to today with the revised draft strategic plan. And then I'll be walking through this document, really just looking at the edits that were provided through the 2 listening sessions, because during the listening sessions, we inched through this document together, page by page, section by section. So with that, Claire.
So you got the strategic plan also both by mail and digital, and I'm hoping that you've got your copy in front of you. We, the board, are the governing body. The strategic plan is our responsibility. And we also have the fiduciary responsibility for the organization, along with the executive director. The strategic plan is to set the high level direction and priorities for the organization. And it's a guide to the work of the e-board and the chapters and the staff. And we have, as you well know, been engaged in the process of developing this draft all year this year. And so today it's time to finish our review and polishing edits if necessary, and adopt the strategic plan so that we can get to work. Remember, we've accomplished a lot together with the help of our AFSCME retirees team, guests who are here today, and others. With the help of AFSCME retirees, we did a poll, scientific poll, phone poll, written survey of our members, And there were some listening sessions as well. You got the results of all of those, all that data gathering previously, and they are contained also as appendices to the strategic plan draft that you have in front of you. We worked through the strategic plan extensively in August, mostly focused on what the data told us and what our goals should be going forward. And then it was turned over to staff to flesh it out. And you had the listening sessions captured input from all but one of the chapters that were earlier this year. And we gathered extensive, data through the poll and the written survey. We worked in groups to devise the goals that are in the plan. And we had the additional review sessions of the strategic plan for the board, the 2 sessions, and everybody attended at least one of those. Those edits have been captured in the document that you have in front of you. And you should find your edits in bold and in underline and strikeout, underline being an addition and strikeout being a removal of some words. And hopefully those of you who had any remaining questions took the opportunity to reach out to Lori with those questions or edits. And hopefully we've got captured everything at this point so that we can get to work on this strategic plan. One final thing, please hold your questions until the whole presentation has been completed, and there'll be ample time after that for questions and further edits. So, Lori?
Okay, perfect.
I have
So,
I have my hand up. Excuse me, I have my hand up.
Carol?
I would prefer to go through it one goal at a time rather than have the whole presentation and then be expected to hold our thoughts or comments, for the entirety of the document. I don't think that's reasonable. And I discovered, and I blame myself for this, that the first goal is sorely lacking an important piece. I went to the Harvard Labor School some years back, and one of the things that was emphasized was the relationship with allies and how unions have lost important achievements simply because they did not have that relationship that's required with their allies in order to make them successful. And so to that end, when it's appropriate, I would like to add words to the first goal.
I think you will see the presentation move through the plan from front to back as you have suggested, and then after when we get to the completion of the plan part and before we get to the implementation part, we will pause for review of the meat of the plan, so to speak, and that includes all the goals.
Again,
and then we'll separate the implementation from the goals part.
Again, I object to the process that you've put forward. I think we need to go through them goal by goal with an opportunity to discuss or amend pieces within each goal. When
And
it's
we will
all-
do that after we have gone through an overview of everything. Then we will go back and go through the goals.
Again, I object to the process.
I understand your objection, but this is we think this is a presentation that will best serve everybody. I understand that it doesn't address your issue up front, but it will address it. No problem.
It is not just my issue, Mr. President.
Yes, fine. Let's go through the presentation and then we'll take input, and goal by goal makes sense to me as well.
Perfect. Okay. Thank you, Claire. So as we have already shared, we had time to review this very detailed together in our feedback sessions, and we'll have time to discuss the goals after we get through this first portion, which is a review of the edits, which were shared in the 2 feedback sessions. So I just want to share again that the format we've used for this is very conventional, thinking about why does the board like this exist? As Claire mentioned, the role of strategic planning rests with the board. The board's purpose is to set the mission and purpose of the organization, to engage in effective organizational planning, to ensure that there's adequate resources, to manage resources effectively, to monitor programs and services, and to assess your own performance as a board. And so all of those things are incorporated in our strategic plan. So the format, which I know we went through in our feedback sessions, again, is very typical, where we have goals that are supported by broad strategies, the how, the tactics are the what, some of the things that we will do to achieve those goals. The implementation timelines, there's delineations about who is responsible so that there's accountability. There's evaluation, projected evaluation timelines as well. On page 26 and 27 are some potential next steps. On page 28, we went through the kind of a visual representation of some of the bigger milestones that the board will tackle to support the implementation of the plan. Page 29 is the overall evaluation timeline that we will also review today. And then just to remind everyone that this is a very detailed plan. It should be. It will become one of our guiding documents once it is approved by the board. That said, it's important that all of our members are familiar with the strategic plan and understand its purpose and what we aim to achieve together. And so the council will produce a 1 to 2 page fact sheet or overview, if you will. You will be supported with message points and PowerPoints. You'll remember that those tools were also provided to you in the spring for you to share with your chapters about the strategic plan. So it's part of the board's goal and responsibility to communicate out the strategic plan and its value to our members. So we will provide those tools with you so that you are able to accomplish that important role. Okay, so I think we're going to transition now and start going through the edits. Claire, do you want to lead us off with that? And I'm gonna move down to where the edits are. So we're going to look at the edits that were provided during the 2 feedback sessions. They appear in bold strikeout and bold underline.
So I think the first edit's in situation analysis, is that right?
Yes.
Johanna, do you want to cover this, or would you rather somebody else?
I'm ready. The situation analysis under member digital engagement in which is page 4. The inputs or the edits were around member digital engagement, referring to the work led by the council office with Action Network, which is software, and the council office's work to mobilize and engage members through social media. And this was input for the October 27th feedback session, in which this last paragraph was added. Is there any comment or question or motion or anything?
Go
I don't
ahead
think
and,
Okay, I'll move on to page 6. Under
We're not
organ-
looking for motions at this point.
yeah, we're just going to go over so everyone can see the edits that came from the 2 feedback sessions the week of October 23rd.
The next issue is organizational sustainability. The first edit to that section was on page 6. And it is, both the edits were offered at this October 23rd feedback session. So you can see that in those feedback sessions, what we said was taken seriously. On page 8, the edit on this page includes the detail offered by the staff during the discussion on October 27th. So it was expanded considerably. On page 9, the language was changed based on the discussion at the second feedback session, and the edits reflect the initial intent of the tactic. On page 10,
Johanna,
yes,
go a little slower for me
Oh,
because
sorry.
I'm working off of the hard copy and
Mhm.
I'm working off of the digital copy.
Okay, well, I will go more slowly. I'm almost finished here today. On page 10, the edit was the result of conversations in both the first and second feedback sessions about the timeline for the chapter operating budget submissions. And the timeline is something that we will see here shortly. These were all of the edits that were made as a result of the hearing sessions. And I present them to you in hopes of your support for them.
Okay, so we're under the next section is membership recruitment. And we are starting on page 15.
12,
Maurice,
I
do you want
think.
Well, yeah, look,
12?
yeah. Or,
Oh, I'm sorry.
gonna
I
find
gave the
out
wrong
our
page
first-
number.
yeah, no problem. Under membership recruitment, the first edit is gonna be, is this goal is found on page 12. And that'll be toward the bottom of your page. And this was added by attendees in the first feedback section. And the addition was expect members or chapters to send representatives to monthly Central Labor Council meetings and may have designated a group rotate this responsibility. And I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, Lori or Claire, I believe every county or group of counties has central labor councils within the state, correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. And I know a lot of chapters do have members in their local central labor councils. So that was, because that again is an ally and there's a lot of support there in your local labor council. And then on page 13, there's bullet points were condensed into one bullet point, and that's about midway down. And it's for clarity and based on feedback from both the first and the second feedback sections. And it's to continue to cultivate relationships with the Joint Council of Teamsters, 28 WPEA, and other unions in hopes of becoming their retiree affiliates. And on to the next edit is going to be under this goal, which is membership retention engagement, begins on page 16. And excuse me, tactics under chapter initially appeared in 2025. And the attendees in the first feedback section asked it to be moved to 2024 because of its importance. And there are two other edits in that section were added by attendees in the first feedback section. And those are on bold print. And they'll be in front of you and they're in your copy. And on page 17, you'll see the strikeout again. That tactic was moved from 25 to 24. And finally, on page 18, the first edit of that page, we recommended by attendees in the first feedback section. The information in parentheses was added based on dialogue in the first and second feedback sessions. And the same holds true for the edit below. And the detail in parentheses was added based on a conversation in the feedback sections.
Perfect.
That brings us to member communications. I think Nancy was going to take that one. Nancy?
I'm sorry, I thought I was unmuted. Okay. The edits is on page 19. I'll give you a chance to get to that page. And what we did was moved the provide timely and relevant input on the pilot website from 2023 down to 2024. It should have been placed there initially to align with the website production timeline. The other change is on page 23. See if you're faster at turning pages than I am. And that was on federal advocacy. And it's a point of clarification that was added based on the discussion in the first feedback session. I think that was a good addition. And then the other change, the other thing was the strategic plan next steps. And attendees in the second feedback session offered this edit. It appears in all references. So we added strategic plan next steps.
So that brings us to the discussion time. And so I got my first two questions are, have we captured your edits correctly? And then are there any additional edits that we need to consider? And I see Carol's hand is up.
It's been up a long time. So I want to make a
Thank you
motion.
for your patience.
I want to make a motion to amend the goal organizational sustainability. I want to add language that says strengthen the capacity of RPEC by
Let's tell us where you want to add that language.
it's in the very first paragraph above strategy. It's the actual goal itself. So the next sentence would be strengthen the capacity of RPEC or the organization, however you want to say that, by working in concert with allies such as AFSCME affiliates, Central Labor Councils, and the Washington State Labor Council.
Can't spell the word ally today. Someone needs to help me.
LIES, add that, LIES. No.
I'm sorry. I'm challenged today. Carol, help me.
With allies, ALLIES.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Every once in a while I have a fade.
That's okay.
Okay, such
Af-
as the Washington.
Such as AFSCME affiliates, Central Labor Councils, and the Washington State Labor Council, supporting one another's programs and activities where our interests align. And
I I almost see this, that this could be a separate goal.
I did
Um,
too, but I didn't want to.
but
I
I
didn't
think
wanna
that
make
I think
massive
I
changes.
think it warrants discussion. What you've shaped here, we have references to all of this within our other goal areas, and that's something that the board should know. It may not be necessary to have this addition because we reference all of this already within the body of the membership recruitment, membership.
I disagree. I agree with you. It's on page 23. It's on page 11, where you see the action to do this, but is not part of the central goal, and it needs to be part of the central goal.
Or it may be a separate goal.
Well, I didn't want to change the original document very much.
Okay.
Because, I recognize the value of the work that's gone into this document, and I don't have a problem as long as the goal is to do this, because one of the things that the Harvard Labor Program really stressed was, for example, the Air Traffic Controllers Union, when they did their action and Ronald Reagan destroyed their union and their work sites. It was because they didn't first align and support the other airline unions that had pushed their agendas. The air traffic controllers did not take part in that. They did not help that. So when they needed help, the other unions were not there with them for this reason. So I think this part of the sustainability goal is critically important in order to be successful. And Lori, you've been very successful with creating alliances and using the power of that to accomplish goals. So I don't think we can neglect this as part of the goal.
It may come better under advocacy, because that's where we are doing that alignment. It's under advocacy.
But we don't have an advocacy goal.
We have the federal advocacy goal, and we might be able to open. I'm just suggesting we might be able to open the lens there. The other thing that I would think about maybe adding, if the board wanted to put this either here or somewhere else, is so long as we are also lensing everything against our own strategic priorities. So that always is the barometer for everything we do. So
see, I don't agree. I don't agree. And the reason I don't agree is because you give to get. You know what I'm saying? You give to get. If you keep asking people to support you, but you are not amenable to supporting them where our issues align, then sooner or later, they're just going to get tired of you asking. It's got to go both ways. That's why it says where our interests align. So this language doesn't say we have to go support something that has nothing to do with us. It's saying where our interests align.
Well, if you're all hung up about anybody adding any words to yours, I think where our interests align could subsume supporting our strategic priorities. So we could get by without that addition if it bothers you that much.
Does this fit here, or does it, because where we align is on advocacy. And yes, we certainly, when we are asked to get involved in support rallies, we already do that, and we pass that information on to our members. We even target that information when we know that a rally is taking place in a certain part of the state. So those are things that, I see this could fit in other places.
It's a way of sustaining the organization. I believe it fits here. It's not federal advocacy because there's state advocacy.
Well, no, I know it's broader advocacy. I agree, Carol. It's in addition, it's federal and it also is state, but that's where we tend to align. Might be interesting to hear some other thoughts on this.
Well, I put forward a motion. I don't know if I have a second, but
Have
then,
a second. Hold on.
then we should discuss.
I think Candy said something, but I did not hear it, Candy.
Yeah, well, I second Carol's motion
Okay.
for this language to be put in there and where she believes that it should be with the organizational sustainability. So that's your second. So now you can discuss.
Katrina also has her hand up.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think this particular statement belongs in the goal of organizational sustainability because it supports the kind of work that we need to do outside of our own individual chapters and council. I think we need to have a sustainability goal that reflects the fact that we relate to other organizations. And I think this is the right place to put it. Thank you, Carol.
Thank you, Katrina.
Alma Jean,
Yes, I would be supportive of making that another section under organizational sustainability. In other words, another paragraph.
Claude.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask Carol a question. Are we talking about not just Wasara, but we're talking about Pasara as well? These are other senior organizations that we will be working with?
My language says working with allies, which covers that. I
Yeah,
simply
okay.
put in the such as language to make sure the board understood what I was generally talking about.
Then I would support it.
I don't see other hands up.
Claire?
We have, is there any further discussion on the motion to add this language?
Claire, can I jump in?
Derek?
Yeah, I can't raise my hand. I'm the host. I like Carol's addition here. I'm wondering if this is better under the next paragraph under the strategy instead of under the main goal.
Yeah, that's good. I think you're right, because it's broad, it's not measurable. Yeah, that actually is a good place to put it, Derek. Yeah, I think it fits better there. You're right. Yep. That's the how. That's part of the how.
Nancy?
I agree. I think that belongs under strategy. I think it's part of how we get to our goal, but our goal isn't their goal. So I like it under strategy.
Makes sense to me too. Any other discussion? Claude?
Yeah, I would say that would be dependent upon what Carol think also, whether she want to put it under strategy or she want to keep it under organizational sustainability.
Really does look a lot more like a strategy than a goal.
Yeah, it is. It's a good addition.
Is it okay, Carol?
I guess it has to be.
Great. I don't see any other hands up. Shall we take a vote on this addition to the strategic plan? Those in favor of adding this paragraph as a part of strategy, please raise your digital hand. Hell, I can't even find mine. Oh, here it is. You know, I can't count votes in this view.
I do have a comment.
You have 12 currently.
Okay, and those, put your hands down. And those opposed by the same sign. I see none. Carol, you have a comment as well.
I do. My concern is that by moving it from goal to strategy, that it weakens the impact of the language. And I think our alliances are, historically, that's what's made us successful.
I
So,
think the majority
It is
have,
not measurable.
I
yes,
think the
Goals
majority
need to
have
be
supported
measurable.
it is measurable.
And it's also the how, right? That's what the strategy is, how we're going to support organizational sustainability. And in that context, it fits better because that is the how, as you've described it.
But
It fits well there.
I'm not going to ask for a revote or recount or anything. I'm just stating that that is a measurable goal, because on your pages 23 of 46 and 11 of 46, it talks about the chapters having delegates to the Labor Council. It has language that talks about the same thing. So it's very measurable. If 3 chapters today have delegates and 30 don't, then you can measure how many from 3 up you went.
I think we've already voted. We need to move on.
I'm simply asking for a moment to make a comment, Nancy. Thank you. So we'll move on at your request.
Okay, are there any other edits that we missed in this process, or that we should pick up now?
Yes. I have a question.
Go ahead.
So my question is under 2023 Executive Board and under Council Office, there's expect every chapter to produce an annual operating budget. And it's the date given is by March of 2024. But under Council Office, it talks about, where did I see it? Talks about
That's an error.
That was an
Should be
error,
May.
Carol. It should, that's a good catch. Thank you. It should have said, it should be May.
Okay.
Yeah,
It
thank you.
should be bold.
Yeah, I'll do that real quick.
And then
Good,
the
good catch.
next piece is under Council Office on that same page. The sentence just bothers me.
Oops, why
The
did I do
sentence
that?
is topics will address strengthening chapter engagement and stability, including review of template tools to guide chapters in developing annual operating budgets and political action. Shouldn't it be political action training? Isn't that what we're talking about? I think the language, I guess my motion is to amend the language to add the word training after political action.
Are you in 2023 or 2024?
2023,
20.
under Council Office.
You
On
gotta
the
go up. Uh-oh,
second,
you lost your screen share.
I know. I don't know what happened to the formatting, so I'm going to try to fix it real quick.
it's in the second bullet. It's the end of the second bullet under Council Office on that page.
Okay. Okay, where are we, Carol? It's under,
It's under
You're
Council,
right near the
20
top of the first,
under
you're
Council
in the
Office,
2023 section of the first goal.
the second bullet,
Second.
oh, this one right here.
political
you were-
action.
Right,
train.
you said it, you think it should say training?
Yes,
Why does it keep doing that?
and I so move.
I don't know why it's.
I second the motion.
Second.
Lori, you need to just click the red line that's to the left of it and it'll show the track changes. Well, try it again.
Okay, we've got it.
Yeah. Maybe it's not, I
We've got
don't
a
know.
motion and a second.
I'll
Is
just
there
put it in red so people can see it.
further discussion about this one?
Okay, that's the best I
If
can do.
not, let's have a show of digital hands for the addition of the word training. Those in favor, with your digital hands, please.
Show 10.
And those hands down. Those opposed, with your digital hands. I see none. Thank you. Next edit, anybody want to offer another edit? And then I'm talking
Carol,
about
Carol has her
all of the
hand raised.
goals at this point. I can't see Carol for
Yeah,
some
Carol,
reason.
your hand is, do you
Oh,
have an
okay.
additional comment
Thanks,
or
Carol.
suggestion,
Go ahead.
Carol? And when you offer it, can you tell me where you are in the document? Because I'm looking at the hard copy and the digital.
Understood. It's a question really on page 8 of 46.
Okay, let me get there. Okay, so it's under.
It's 2025. There you go.
Under chapters, the second bullet says participate in the annual virtual leadership training and regional trainings, blah, blah, blah. Make this a standard requirement for all officers. I don't think we can require volunteer officers. I don't think we can require it. And the reason I think we can't require it, because I don't know how it's enforceable, what the penalty is if you don't do it. I think my motion is to strike the last sentence, make this a standard requirement for all officers, or maybe I should make let me withdraw that and make a motion to change the word requirement to an expectation.
Okay.
Yeah,
Sounds
that's
good.
what we've done in other places where
Yep.
the language needed to be softened.
And I so move.
You can leave standard and put change requirement to expectation.
I second the motion.
I don't know why it's.
Discussion. Candy, is your hand up for discussion on this motion?
No. This is an area where I had also noted that I had requested the fact that some of this language was so harsh that it's dictating mandates to presidents and to
I don't know
chapter.
what I'm doing wrong.
And so I had this one marked also as, because I'd asked for the language to be not required, demanding, and I agree with Carol. Thank you.
The language was changed, and this was just something that I missed. So I appreciate you bringing this to my attention. But most of those references were changed by the executive committee in their review. And if there were any that I missed, then it's on me. So thank you for bringing that forward.
You need to do a strike through on standard expectation.
Yeah,
Standard requirement.
I have Alyssa helping me here because it wasn't, there we go.
Okay.
Yay, thank you, my dear.
Anybody else with an edit? Or question?
I kind of like the word suggest. You know,
Please get
you
an
can,
expectation.
well, yes, suggest that for all, you know, that all officers participate, but you know, I'm just looking at suggest, you know, and instead of requiring, you can suggest or you can that they partake or participate.
I think suggest is where we're at now. Expectations may be a little bit stronger. Carol, your hand's up again.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was moving
Okay,
on to the
Lori?
next.
I was just going to say that it's a reasonable expectation
Mhm.
to ask our officers to go through the annual training because things change. And so I like we've gone with this phrasing expectation, and I think it should have been in all references. And so that to me is a reasonable language.
Other edits? Carol?
She's back. Under 2025, this is just a question. Under
Right down the same
2025
page?
Yeah, page 8 of 46. Under 2025 Executive Board, the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th bullet down. It
This
said,
one?
yes, the board is gonna evaluate the per capita allocation in conjunction with the chapter operating budgets. So now, as I understand it, is now my business to look at chapter 19's per capita allocation and their operating budget to ensure that they have operating needs met and to decide how funds can best be allocated to support the implementation of the strategic plan. Do you really think chapters are going to believe it's my business to look at their resources and their expenditures to determine, I mean, what am I going to do about it if I think, chapter 12, my chapter, is spending money needlessly on something or not spending enough on something because the membership said, we're not going to send 6 delegates, we're going to send 2 because we don't want to spend the money. What am I going to do about it as an executive board member? And how is it then my business to do something about another a chapter's decision make? I mean, the members decide how their money is spent. They decide it. I don't see anything in the Constitution that says that I, as a board member, can overrule a membership decision about a chapter's expenditures. So my question is, I don't understand how this works.
Let me, before Lori, just point out that the E-Board is responsible, has fiduciary responsibility, and is responsible for making sure that our chapters, sub-chapters in the ASME parlance, comply with the IRS and other financial standards requirements.
And they
it's
ask me
on us if
financial.
they do not.
But
It's our responsibility. So that's a pretty high bar. We shouldn't be finding ourselves dealing with those kinds of issues very often, but it's important to recognize it.
So President Olivers, the AFSCME financial code determines what we're allowed and not allowed to do with our money. And if we believe somebody has misappropriated money, we have to file charges under Article 10 of the AFSCME Constitution. So again, my question is, how do I, as an e-board, how am I expected to intervene in another chapter's business? If the funds are misappropriated, then I can understand bringing charges and that would be appropriate. But I think this language violates the AFSCME Constitution.
That's not what this is, Carol. This is, if you go back to what this board does, and Claire started, he referenced this. Part of this board's responsibility is to ensure that there are adequate resources and that resources are managed effectively. There needs to be the healthy organizational behavior is looking at the governance structure and the financial structure of the organization. That's what this tactic refers to. And there hasn't been an evaluation of either in decades. And so it's not in the weeds at that level. It's at a much higher level than that.
So my question is, I think Chapter 12 is not spending their money wisely. They're not doing anything wrong. I can't file charges, but they're not doing anything right either. What am I going to do about it as a board member?
May
That's
may I speak, please? Claire,
Go ahead.
the AFSCME financial code is critical to our operation. But nothing in the code supersedes the requirements of our tax exemptions. And in the 990 that is filed every year, there's a section about policies, and they are not, the policy suggestions are not in law. Congress has not passed a law that addresses them, but the tax people care, the IRS cares enough to have this policy section in the 990, which we will be discussing later, that literally says, do we have policies as an organization that cover the behaviors and expenditures of our chapters? And the purpose of that is to ensure that they're not doing things that are in violation of the tax exempt conditions. So there's a very strong case for having a policy that actually does require that the chapters bear a budget and share that budget with us to demonstrate that the activities that they have planned fall within our mission and are not in any way, shape, or form violating our codes from a tax perspective. It's very important, and I am so happy to see the possibility of getting chapters to have budgets prepared, but it really is important, and I think you'll see that when we have our audit report later. That section about making sure that we as a council must make sure that our chapters are doing as they should with their funds.
So again, I think you're not understanding my question. My question is, as a board, for example, Chapter 12 gets 10 delegates to convention. The membership votes to send 2, right? One of our goals is, one of our tactics or whatever, is supposed to be to send that full delegation. So, and they're not going to. And their membership voted not to do that because frankly, a lot of times the chapters are very tight with their money. They really are. And they are scrupulous about not spending more than this or that and making sure they have a healthy balance in the bank, because their fear is that they won't have money when they need it. So they are very, very tight-fisted with their dollars. So now I'm on the board and I see that Chapter 12 is only sending 2 delegates. They're supposed to send 10. What am I going to do about it? What is the board as a body going to do about that? See, I don't understand how this works, practically speaking, and that's what I need to understand.
I would say the board's going to do nothing about that because the chapters will have however many delegates they send, they will have all of their votes to spread among the delegates they send. And I believe all the chapters make that decision. Well, I should say most of them make that decision based on economics anyway. Can they afford to send more or not? Others send all the delegates that they can recruit, which usually isn't enough to break the bank. So yeah, I don't think the board needs to get involved in that decision. What this is focused on is ascertaining whether the chapters have the funds they need, do the things that they want to do. And it's not somebody going in and doing audits. It is to ascertain the adequate level of the per capita allocation throughout the years under varying circumstances.
So I understand, I
Maybe
understand
that edit makes it, is that because it's the latter part that sounds confusing.
It is.
But the truth is that everything we do organizationally, from the executive board to the council office to our chapters, we all are working to support the strategic plan priorities. That's why that latter part is in there. And that can be understood if the plan is approved by the board, but we can, how about, does that make it better if we stop it by cutting out?
The last, yeah.
Or wait a second, I cut out this word shouldn't be part of it. That was me. I don't know how to do that. Give me a
Yes.
second.
We
That-
have other people with hands up who are not on the board, so can I allow them to speak now?
You can, as far as I'm concerned.
Okay,
But
Gail?
Claire, before we do that, so I want the opportunity to restate my motion at the end of the conversation. with
Okay,
the-
yeah, let's capture these two comments
Maybe
and
it should-
Gail?
maybe it should be that.
Yeah, my question is, I understand some of what my question was, but you've got evaluate the per capita allocation. How, I don't understand quite what that means. I understand that it's very good to have your board members looking at how people do things. And in our chapter long ago, we drafted policy statement because you can't put it all in a constitution and it's not appropriate. So I can see that out of how asking for an evaluation, look, how is this going? Or what are they doing? Are they, following our goals? Because all the time, all the people don't. I understand, but when I support the change, I think it's important and words matter. So that's good, and I congratulate you. But why do you say evaluate the per capita allocation?
Well, thank you, Gail. In each strategic planning period, every 5 years or so, at a minimum, we have to look at our finances. So that includes dues and chapter allocations. And we have to look at our staffing levels, to determine whether we can afford to or are capable of accomplishing all the things that we're trying to accomplish. I mean, that's the most basic stuff, is looking at all your finances. So that's got to be done on a periodic basis. Somehow we ended up with the dues that we have now and the chapter cap allocations that we have now. And that was through a review and some action of the board and probably a vote at the convention. Brenda.
Thank you.
Thank you, Claire. When I first saw this, I have to tell you that I was really angry as a chapter president that Olympia was basically coming down and wanting to tell me how the chapter needs to do its business. So, AFSCME doesn't come down and tell Council 28, I want to go through every one of your documents and your things like that. This is about setting up policy, which we have, that the council has information, their finances, they're in charge of their finances, that percentage of dues that goes to them, and the chapter has their also. Sorry about that. So the chapter has the same fiduciary responsibility for the money that they get. And so in reading this, it kind of made me feel like, oh, here's Big Brother coming up and saying, we're going to tell you how to spend your money. And members don't want that. They want to be able to look at their budgets, figure out how they want to spend it,
in conjunction with the policies and looking at the fiduciary responsibilities. So it's done in conjunction with how do we increase our membership? How do we utilize our money that's most appropriately? Similar, you know, our chapter may not want to send everybody to the, sorry about that, everybody to the convention, but we may want to do some things locally that really increase membership. But my gut when I first read this was why have any chapters if the council is just going to be working with all, you know, having this super oversight. So hopefully the council in the executive board is helping the chapters understand how they can be more productive and maintain their membership and, you know, things like that. But I was really taken back by this one. So I agree with the changes to take out the terminology, determine how funds can be best allocated. You know, the executive board gets to determine how their funds are, the chapter gets to determine how their funds are. So thank you.
Thank you. Susan?
Yes, thank you for allowing me to speak. I agree with the things that were said with the previous speaker. What I also now, with the change that you have here, I wonder how, when you say support the successful implementation of the strategic plan, that is again another rule that you're applying to the local chapters. I mean, that feels kind of heavy-handed. I mean, I think we can stop at ensuring chapters have sufficient resources to meet their operational needs, because I think that's really what the state organization would be most concerned with. And most of what we do will support the strategic plan, because we're not going to go out and start, you know, a fund for buying flowers for, I don't know, you know, our neighbors or something like that, because that's not really what we do here. And I think the rule of the executive board should stop at helping us make sure that all the chapters are fiscally responsible, period. And, you know, give a lot more leeway to how the local organizations actually do that, or you know, how they see making membership and that kind of stuff should be up to them. So I would say to stop this to ensure chapters have sufficient resources to meet their operating needs and block off the rest of it. Just my 2 cents.
Thanks. I would point out to you that in every goal of the plan, in every year, there is a section of things that are expected of chapters in implementing the goal and supporting the strategic plan. So it's inescapable that a chunk of what's being accomplished in the strategic plan is on the shoulders of the chapters as well. Candy?
I would make that a motion from her recommendation to end it at operating needs, period. That's my motion.
Katrina Weincoop Simmons seconds.
Thank you. Is there further discussion on the motion to delete after needs in bold? If there's no discussion, then I will take a show of hands in favor of the deletion of the language after needs in bold. Eric, can you give me a count?
I show 10.
And those opposed by, hands down. Those opposed by the same sign. Just me. Pierce. Okay, thank you. Motion passes. Candy, is your hand up anew?
Yeah, no, my hand's back up. So I want, I discussed this before in our group. My concerns are that we're asking the chapter to do a budget. And what I asked before is, if the chapter doesn't do a budget, you have the executive board reviewing those in conjunction. So like Carol said, as an executive board, what is the executive board's duty then to make sure that a budget was done? What's the penalty, punishment, or what the executive board's going to do if a chapter doesn't do it? That's what my concern is, just like Carol's, is what is the remedy? What are we going to do as a board member? Thanks.
We're not out to try
Go
to
ahead.
find punishment for chapters or anything. This keeps coming up and I'm confused as to why.
Because you're making statements.
But we're not saying anything about punishing chapters. We want to be able to evaluate the per capita to find out if it's a suitable amount for chapters for their operating needs. To do that, you need to have an idea of what their budgets look like. And we would hope that if chapters weren't submitting it, that executive board members, district members in that area would encourage them to submit those so that we can, on a whole, look at whether or not the per capita is adequate or needs to be modified in some way, so that the board could present an amendment to the convention to adjust that. But we're not looking at punishing anybody. And executive board, we would hope that they would encourage chapters on issues such as this.
I'd like to point out that in the strategic plan section that deals with this topic, there's council office providing substantial support to chapters in the form of budget templates and training, answering questions, and hand-holding. It is not, an attempt to create a problem for a chapter. I'm surprised, though, to hear you suggest that a chapter the size of Spokane doesn't have a budget. That's amazing to me, because there are plenty of chapters much smaller that have budget. Lori?
Just to add to what both you and Derek said, we also have a tax responsibility to make sure in our audit that that our subchapters have budgets. And so I know Johanna spoke to that a few minutes ago. So this is good organizational practice. Again, this is ensuring that we are doing the kinds of things that healthy organizations, stable organizations do.
I think Gail had her hand up. And did it go down because it timed out? Or Gail, did you have something you wanted to say?
Well,
Okay.
sometimes I just change my mind, but we haven't had a budget, and I can see where we can easily do that. And so you encourage that. You encourage us to do it.
And help.
But the idea, that's true. And so I love it. We needed to change it. And Candy and I talked about that. Words matter, how you present something if you want ownership. I also had brought up again, I got them to set up a policy, what we would pay. Because people going to go to a convention, they need to know what the expectations are. And I haven't seen anything in here about policies because everything doesn't go in a constitution. So I'm sorry that I didn't bring that up earlier, but budgets don't do everything, because as you all know, you have a budget and something happens and now it's changed. I guess we can encourage people that you're not trying to manage in tiny detail, but to go with goals. So I guess that was even unnecessary what I said, but anyhow, I just wanted to state that there's planning, and it doesn't always exact dollars. Because if something happens to per capita, then you can't do your budget. If something happens and you lose too many members. So yeah, they're not written in stone, and people may not understand that.
Right.
Thank you.
Thanks. Have we captured the edits? Going once, going twice. Shall we move on to the last bit of the strategic plan is implementation and evaluation timeline. So,
Mr. President,
Carol,
I have a further concern. On page 9 of 46, under chapters, the first bullet says work in concert with the executive board to implement plans pertaining to the chapter structure and per capita allocation. It's my understanding that decisions regarding the per capita allocation and the chapter structure have to be dealt with at convention via change to the Constitution. So I'm not clear how the chapters are responsible for doing this. It's under 2026, page 46, under chapters, the first bullet.
this is about the kind of review that has been done in this organization at least a couple of times in the past. Unfortunately, I wasn't directly involved in either such round, but I do. There was a district districting committee or something like that that was budgeted for a while, and that line item still appears if you look at the whole budget, but it says zeros. So clearly there have been discussions in the past about the proper alignment of the districts, and this adds an ongoing review of governance structure across the board, the chapters, the council, et cetera. It is just that. It is just part of the routine that the organization should perform to make sure that the structure is serving our needs, and that if there are changes, then those changes would need to involve any proposal to make changes would need to involve the affected chapters, like moving a district boundary or something like that.
So I move to strike the first bullet under chapters, because I think this is not the work of a chapter. This is the work of the convention in terms of changing the Constitution, which only the convention can do.
Please
where are
move
you?
this down so we can find it on our screen.
I don't know where we are. I need
Page
someone
You're on page 9
of 46
2026 chapters.
The first bullet.
Go down chapters.
There it is.
It's the first bullet under chapters.
I move to strike.
That there are many things. Well, I shouldn't say many. There are several things in this strategic plan that would ultimately, if they result in any changes, would require action by the convention to make those changes. That is not at all unusual. And the fact that chapters should be involved, here you are arguing against yourself, that chapters should be involved in changes that affect them. So I don't see any value in striking this, because the work needs to be done, and it would be better if the chapters were engaged.
I don't have a problem with engaging the chapters, but I have a problem with making them responsible for something they cannot do. They cannot change the Constitution. They cannot be they cannot replace the convention delegates. This is not work for chapters to do. Once a decision is made at convention to change these things, then everybody's affected by those changes. But chapters are not responsible for changing the chapter structure or the per capita allocation. That is all convention business dealt with by the Constitution.
Right? And I can't
But they're not-
imagine
they're not
something coming
responsible.
forward to the convention without somebody doing some groundwork up front.
So Candy, Craig, I second Carol's motion.
We had a motion. Johanna, are you going to speak to the motion? What is now
Yeah.
a motion?
I am. The fact is that discussing this at the chapter level across the state should result in resolution to the convention. So it's not unworkable at the chapter level, and might be really good if more chapters were involved in thinking about how we should proceed. So I think resolutions can come from the chapters and even from districts on this topic.
Lori?
This was just a time check thing. We have arranged for our auditor to come and speak on another agenda item. And so this is something that we need to just be aware of, is that we're, from a time standpoint, I know we're heads down on this and very focused, but we're over the allocated time. So I just wanted to share that with you, Claire.
When does the auditor expect to be here?
They will be here very soon. And so we will not have, I don't know if you wanted to take like a 2-minute break so that we can look at the agenda, but the auditor's report was to be tackled.
Yeah, 11:30 was when they were scheduled to be here, it looks like.
Yeah, that's correct. So we have to determine how we will have time to get through the rest of our business at the pace that we're going through with the strategic plan.
Mr. President,
Carol,
there's a
could you
motion on the-
divulge to me how many more edits you have? Because you only released them at the last moment. How many more do you have?
That's a very critical statement, Mr. President. There's a motion on the floor that has to be dealt with before we can move on to
Yes.
anything else.
I understand. I'm trying to figure out the time thing. Okay, let's, do we have more, discussion on the motion that's on the floor? Carol?
No.
Sue? Oh, sorry, Claude.
I call for a question.
Okay. We have a motion, and correct me if I'm getting this wrong, to strike the first bullet under goal number 1, 2026 chapters section. Is that correct?
Yes.
Those in favor, hands down for everybody right now. Those in favor, please signify by raising your digital hand. Can you give me a count, Derek?
Sorry, I show 3.
Okay, those opposed by the same sign, put your hands down, 3 of you. It's more than 3.
That's 8.
Thank you. We'll keep that bullet. Now, on the issue of what time it is, why? This looks like it's going to be a bit of a mess. So why don't we take a short, like 5-minute break and see if the auditor has shown up or not?
So Claire, so do you want people to come back at 11? Looks like
11:37.
37.
Yeah, and maybe you can see if the auditor's planning on being here at 11:30 or not.
Elizabeth, are they coming a little later? Do you want to unmute? What time do you expect them?
$11:45. They were expected to talk at 12, but they said they would be here at 11:45.
Okay. So, so Claire, we'll go on a 5-minute break.
Yeah, 5-minute break. And maybe we'll get one more edit before the auditor shows up. So I'll see you in 5 minutes.
56 will be the daytime high and decreasing showers today. In fact, much of the state is looking for
Hey, Maurice.
Hi, Penny.
Hi.
You gonna
Tonight,
be at CLC meeting tonight?
I was gonna beg off tonight.
Send Diana email then, please.
I will do that for you. Yes, I have that. I will do that.
Yeah, if you're, yeah, whenever you're not gonna make it, just let her know
Okay. Just
by
wanted.
email, then she knows in advance.
Okay, sounds good. We'll see you tomorrow, though.
Yes, we have our business meeting tomorrow.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah, we're not having a speaker or anything, so I'm
We are
probably
coming
not
in.
gonna.
Yeah,
Huh?
we're still going at noon though, right?
Right,
Yeah, okay.
right. Yeah,
And
lunch and then
no
the,
speaker, yeah.
yeah, quick bit, we gotta finalize our December 6th meeting.
Exactly.
You know what, pick our menu and all that, or
Mhm.
decide on the menu.
I did talk to Sam,
Yeah,
and told him about it, and they are having a meeting next Thursday, so I will be there to invite everybody personally too as well.
good, good. And see if you can kind of get an overall
I'll
feel
try
if
to get it.
anybody's gonna show,
See if I
yeah.
can get a head count. They've had a pretty good turnout because they've been paying for lunch. So they've had a pretty
Well,
good turnout.
Whatever it takes, yeah.
Yeah,
Because I
yeah.
think we're gonna get at least 4, maybe 5 from Lewis County, but at least 4, I think we'll get from
Oh, I
Lewis
think
County.
so. I think so too. And we'll see what I can do with Vancouver next week. So,
Yeah, I mean, it's not like it's a big drive for them.
no, it's not.
It's a short, yeah, it's kind of about the same distance from Lewis County. Well, I don't know where they all live up there, neither do I know. I don't know Clark either, but so it'll be about the same drive for both of them.
Yeah, we're kind of in the middle.
Yeah, and hopefully that couple from Nacelle from.
That's what I
Ford-
was just thinking about too. Hopefully they'll be there.
Right, because they're gonna now get our newsletters and they'll get the invitation and everything.
Right,
so.
right. That's
Well,
great.
Is everybody back? I can't see other face. I guess I can
Oh,
scroll across. Looks like people are back, so.
I can speak for
let's,
myself.
Let's do this again. In a couple minutes, we'll have the auditors here and we need to take them. But I have one big question for the board.
Yes.
It seems to me we are presented with a choice at this point because it is indeterminate how much discussion is needed before we take a vote on the strategic plan. We can continue today for as long as it takes into the evening hours, perhaps, or we can do just the strategic plan and the stuff under the treasurer's report today and continue the meeting to Monday, December 11th, which we could probably get through the rest of the stuff in a couple of hours or less. What's the will of the board on that question? You want to stay the course or do you want to have a chunk of it moved off?
I'm from moving a chunk of it to December 11.
Me too.
I don't think we're gonna find an agreement on this, and we're only on page 8 of 40.
Page 9. Close enough, yes.
Yeah, I can see this going into the night.
I'm not up for it.
I really thought this wordsmithing was taken care of when we had all the input. Well, we had so many sessions where people had input. I'm surprised that
Yeah, me too.
coming up now, but
Oh, well.
that's what it takes. That's what it takes.
Oh, one, I'm not surprised, but
Oh.
to give it its full attention, I think we're going to have to extend into December 11th.
I agree.
That
I
way,
agree.
everybody has a voice. Everything is covered.
Johanna, did you have a hand up?
Yeah, I'm going to move that we pass this off to December 11th.
Second,
And are you gonna say and just have that one agenda item for then?
What I had suggested, and you folks may want to change this, but is that today we will finish work on the strategic plan and the items under the treasurer's report. So that would include the budget. And then all the other stuff would be pushed off to December 11th.
I was thinking do everything but the strategic plan and just on December 11th of just that one agenda item. Because I don't think we're close to consensus.
The budget and the strategic plan are aligned. So getting those two things done in one setting would be important if we can.
I mean, we're already, 2 hours past our goal?
No. Maybe 45 minutes.
But we're only like a fourth of the way through this strategic plan.
Mm.
I know everybody's schedules are busy, but I'm out of town tomorrow and I leave for Georgia on Wednesday, so the clock's ticking for me here. But you can meet without me. That's always an option.
So the motion, I believe the motion, correct me if I am wrong, that we have on the floor is to spend our time today on the strategic plan and the treasurer's report items, which includes the budget, and then push everything else off to December 11th. Is that consistent with the motion that was made?
It is.
Your motion, Johanna?
Yes, yes.
Oh,
Is there a second on that?
I seconded it.
Thanks, Penny. I hope everybody's here. We have attracted more people. Any discussion on the anticipated continuation of the meeting, Claude?
Yeah. We knew that strategic planning would take pretty much the day. And, I'm really, I'm a little upset right now, a little disappointed because we have set another date for the e-board meeting, which some of us may have plans on December the 11th, but the fact is that we knew that strategic planning would take more than an hour. It would take most of the day, and we should have scheduled strategic planning for one day, and we should have scheduled the executive board meeting for another day. I'm really a little disgusted right now with this because this should have been planned to where we could get the work done and not try to get everything done in one, I'm just I'm a little disappointed right now. I'm just voicing my opinion.
Well, I'm equally disappointed because, as you know, the expectation was that by bringing all of the board to one of two sessions for gathering input and comments and edits, that we would have gotten pretty darn close to final, but that didn't seem to happen. And so we're here now getting all the edits. at any rate, I'm trying to figure out how we can do the work the board's required to do. Candy?
Yeah, so basically what I saw is we had strategic planning, then we had the 2 sessions. We did not get to hear the input coming in from the first session to the second one. And now you've added all this information into here, and then we're not having any discussion on some of the things that got added that we had no input. That's what I see. And I think that this needs to have a totally individual day to go over this. It's not an easy thing. This is the goal, and it's taken us a lot of work to do it, and we need to have it done right. Thank you.
I believe you were in the second session, so you saw all the edits from the first session. If you were in the first session, you might have a leg to stand on this, but everybody's got all the edits from both sessions in the document that's in front of them today. Carol.
I just want to say to the people who are disgruntled at the moment that this plan governs the organization for 4 long years. So I think it's important to have the paper say what it means and to understand what the statements mean. And even though we had a day to sort of rudimentarily go over the thing and ask questions and do stuff, it doesn't mean that other questions and other issues don't arise as you think through each of these segments. It is a long process. It took me a long time to go through it the first time, and it took me a long time to go through it the second time, and I went through it again late last night. So I'm sorry if you're frustrated and upset, but this is a critically important document. And like I said at the beginning, I thought that we were going to do the strategic plan first and then do the business of the board. And I think, that would have been an appropriate way to do it. But I'm going along with the group as best I can, but I'm not going to leave stones in the path that board members and presidents of locals, and I bet you a lot of presidents of locals haven't even read this thing yet, so we don't even have their input. So I apologize if my motions have frustrated you, but I'm probably not going to stop. So thank you for your patience.
Stephen, if you got a comment on the motion that's on the floor about continuing the meeting to December 11th, I would like to hear that. You're muted.
You're
You're
muted.
muted.
You're muted.
Steve,
Can't hear you, Stephen.
Sorry about that. The very word plan in strategic plan is something that you can change. It's not strategic law. So I think we could get through this today. Does what we have left to do today going to I think we could get this plan gone today, as well as review some of the other things. And then if we need to make a change to the plan later, we can.
Yep, can be amended. Homogene?
Yes, thank you. One of the things that's frustrating are getting things done is that they're not realizing there's another process after we approve the strategic plan called implementation. And I hear a lot of conversation of how do we get it done, which is part of the implementation process. We can have standards and goals and hopes for the future. How we get it done is implementation. That's another whole new process. Am I wrong about that? We don't need to solve how we get it done today. We need to determine what we want the organization to be. And it's based on the input that we've already received from members and others.
So on the motion to get to work on strategic plan and budget or treasurer's report items today. And continue to the December 11th with the remainder of the agenda. Do I have any other discussion on that topic? Then let's take a show of hands on those in favor of having a continuation, if we don't get through the agenda today, to December 11th. I see
10,
10,
11,
11,
12.
12. Thank you. That should be sufficient. There's one other vote. Is that a, can we put the rest of the hands down? And then, and those opposed, show your hand. Okay, one abstention. Sorry for that delay, Elizabeth, but I see you have your guests here.
Yes.
We should
thank you.
proceed with.
Yeah, thank you so much. Board, I want to introduce you to David Romano and Brian Waller, who have joined us from North Star Accounting to discuss our 2022 audit, including the financials and our Form 990. So gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us. We very much appreciate it. And go ahead whenever you're ready.
Good morning, board. Appreciate the opportunity to discuss this with you and present to you the results of the audit. First, wanted to start out thanking Elizabeth and Lori for their assistance in working through the audit this year. They provided everything we asked for in a timely manner. We appreciate all their hard work there. Thought I would launch off with a brief bio on myself. I have 20+ years experience in accounting and auditing. In my past, I've been an audit manager for Moss Adams, which is the 11th largest accounting firm in the US. I've also practiced in private industry and been a consultant for small and mid-sized businesses. And now I'm assisting North Star Tax and Accounting with the audit side of their work. Also with us is David Romano. He is the engagement partner on your engagement, and I'll give him a chance to introduce himself.
Thank you, Brian, and thank you, board, for having us. Again, my name's David Romano, and thanks for the management team for being so accommodating this year. From an experience standpoint, I have probably over 20 years of experience, both in SEC and public accounting. I've worked with Ernst & Young, Moss Adams, and then I was a corporate controller for about 8 years at a public company here locally. And I think this year for us, just so the board knows, is that we've had some challenges. The previous engagement partner got really ill unexpectedly, and so Brian and myself have jumped into this engagement and now going to be the go-to partners moving forward. Go ahead and continue, Brian.
So with any audit, management's responsible for the financial statements, accounting policies, estimates, control environment, etc. for the organization. We're responsible for verifying the amounts and disclosures that are on the financial statements on a test basis and subject to a materiality threshold. The great news that we'd like to report is that we didn't find any material adjustments. The largest adjustment on the statements was to book a operating lease asset and liability, which was for the application of Accounting Standards Codification 842 leases. And really what that did, that standard, for those of you who aren't aware, it really just required that effectively all leases longer than 12 months will now show up on the balance sheet as a right of use asset and an associated liability for the lease. So that was the largest adjustment this year. Let's let me find where I'm at in my notes here. So, and I wanted to be clear that we encountered no difficulties in working with management and had no disagreements with management, which is, you know, kind of standard language that we would communicate, particularly if there had been any problems or disagreements, but we had none. And I'm happy to walk through highlights of the statements if that would be helpful, Elizabeth. I don't know who, you know, at what stage everybody is with their familiarity with the statements at this point.
Yeah, very high level. Claire, is that, or Johanna, is that okay if we just have a very, very high level? The board has seen this. It's page 52 of our packets, but it would help just to point out highlights if that's appropriate for you, Brian. I'd appreciate it.
Please do that, Brian.
Certainly. So the organization at year end, at December 31st, 2022, had a little over $215,000 in cash. Additionally, they had almost $323,000 in certificates of deposits, and those are the significant assets of the organization. And net assets of just under $513,000. With that, you garnered revenue and support from membership dues of $957,000, and then some revenue from convention, interest income, and donations and fundraising. Payments to chapter affiliates and the AFS-CME were about $240,000, which left about $715,000 for functional expenses, you know, whether it be general administrative, legislative, executive board, committee work, and the convention. And that is, you know, at a really high level. The highlights, there's, you know, not a lot of significant changes, as I said, from year to year. And the biggest change this year was the application of ASC 842, which added the lease, right of use asset, and liability. Does that hit the highlights, I think, Elizabeth?
Okay, yeah. I mean, it does. I was just trying to show it on the screen here. Can anybody see the financials that I have up? That's basically what Brian's alluding to is the cash, the CDs. Here's the mention, the new lease that he mentioned would be on our balance sheet going forward. And then our operating statement, what we refer to as an operating statement, our revenue and our expenses resulting in the net gain, as it turned out, on a tax basis here. So yes, and here was some detail on that Brian and his team was able to prepare for us. Kind of not the same way we look at it when we do our monthly financials, but it's a summary of the same expenses. Brian, is there anything else you want, or David, anything else you guys want to comment on, or does anyone have any questions for our audit team?
I think Elizabeth.
I
Sorry,
have one
but-
question. That is that have the taxes been filed with the IRS?
Yeah, Claire, that's a
990. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, that's a great question. The 990 was prepared. It's very similar to the audit financial statements. And so that's been filed and accepted by the IRS.
Yeah, I guess I shouldn't say taxes. The tax exempt filing, yes.
Yeah.
Alma Jean?
Now that we look so like we've done such a good job, I'd like to know, as far as improvement, what are the recommendations?
You know, we did have some discussion at the finance committee, and there was a little bit of, I guess, unclarity on our side. So I just wanted to say as far as internal control goes, for an organization your size, the control environment that management and the board have put together seem to be aligned with other organizations your size. That said, there always is the need for management and the board in every organization to continue to evaluate the balance, the cost benefit balance of their internal control structure, particularly if new threats emerge or if staffing changes or other things require changes. So we didn't have any specific control recommendations that came about as a result of the audit, though we do always recommend that continue to be evaluated as time goes by.
I also, just to add some clarification, Brian, so we see lots of organizations of different sizes, and I think with you guys, just from a high level perspective, Elizabeth is really good. And I think she's always having that mindset of like, how can we improve and how can we get better and how can we get better financial statements? And so I would say as an organization in comparison, because sometimes it's always better to compare, just to get a baseline of where you're at. You guys are at the upper end of where we would see other organizations from a financial statement preparation and accuracy standpoint. So I think you guys are in a really good spot.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Well, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so much, gentlemen. Appreciate
Yeah.
your time.
Thank you guys and have a wonderful
Thank you,
day.
guys.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
So
Bye-bye.
I think we need a motion to accept the auditor's report. Isn't that so?
I so
So
moved.
moved.
That would be in order.
I so moved.
Okay, I think I got a motion in a second. In discussion, those in favor of accepting the auditor's report, raise your digital hand. And one physical hand.
It's 12.
Looks like we got all but one. Those opposed, if we can get the hands down, those opposed by the same sign. Great. Then we have accepted the auditor's report, and you heard the good news that our 990 was timely filed after a short extension. I think this probably be a good time for a lunch break unless somebody objects. And we scheduled a 30-minute lunch break that would have us returning at 12:40. Thank you. I will consider that to be an acceptance of the suggestion, and we will return at 12:40.
Thank you.
All right, so 2. I'm ready to go.
Welcome back, everyone. So let's go back to strategic plan and continue taking edits. Nancy?
Yes. I just wanted to mention that I think overall the strategic plan has been a lot of work by a lot of people. And I think we have to keep in mind that it's dynamic. It's a living document. It doesn't have to be wordsmithed perfectly today, but it's something down the road. If things need to be improved, there's always that option. And I think wordsmithing this is not productive. And I think we need to just evaluate the goals and make sure those are things that we all want to follow and approve the goals. I think it's just important to know that there will be periodic reviews of this. And this isn't your last shot at using your words instead of all the people that put this together. Thank you.
Thanks for that reminder that there will be ongoing review by the board of the plan and its implementation. Again, edits. Carol.
So we are on, we left off on page 9.
Right. Carol's got her hand up.
So I'm looking at page 14. Under executive board evaluation. It says amendments to the job descriptions for leaders will include an added focus on member recruitment, retention, engagement, and communication, and will be adopted to the RPEC Constitution by the convention body in 2026. So I was going to suggest that it say that instead of adopted, presented. Because we don't know what the convention will decide.
Good catch.
And then the next thing is simply a question. The reference to being the retiree affiliate for Teamster Locals. AFSCME is aware of that and in support of that. That's my question.
Our Constitution allows for other union organizations to be a part of RPEC.
Okay, I just wanted to check because, you know, the AFL-CIO and all of that happy stuff.
Other edits?
So we are on page 14.
Where's your next one, Carol?
I'm paging through. Give me a second.
And I need just a second to catch up with you. So the version that you're seeing doesn't have page numbers on it. So I have to first look at a printed copy to see what is on that page so I can find it. That's why it's taking me a couple minutes to catch up with you.
No problem at all.
Okay.
We'll help you by calling out the year and section.
Okay, that helps.
So what page are we on?
So we just took an edit on page 14 and you see it here in red.
Or wherever anybody has an edit they want to make.
Yep. So that brings us up to the next goal, which is on membership retention and engagement. But Claire's taking edits anywhere in the document. You just have to give me a second to catch up with you.
I've concluded my edits.
Does anybody else have an edit? Going once. Going twice. Does anybody else have an edit? Cool. Then we would next need to go answer some questions regarding implementation and evaluation.
I'm going to go to that
Yeah,
section.
I'm still getting there myself. There we go. I think this starts at page 26.
Would you repeat the page number again?
Page 26 and 27 are the potential next steps.
All right.
And there's some graphics that follow that try to help explain the key milestones graphic is by year. And then there's an evaluation timeline on page, that's on page 28. And then on page 29 is an evaluation timeline. So those are the things. And I've got a few questions here for you to ponder. You know, this is really about how do we begin to implement the plan. And so we've got those potential next steps. And of course, really what we want to focus on is 2024, because that's where the big items get started. So first question, how do you envision implementing the strategic plan priorities in 2024 next year? And who should be tasked with identifying a potential path forward? This question is really kind of along the lines of, should it be the executive committee, the e-board as a whole, or a committee of the board, not unlike the finance committee that's got some executive committee members and some e-board members to sort of handhold us through the process. Carol?
So this isn't an answer to your question, but it's maybe a prequel to your question. At what point do the presidents and the chapters have a look at the strategic plan and have an opportunity to provide their thoughts?
As soon as we adopt it and can get a clean copy produced and out to them. It'll be probably posted on the website as well for anybody to look at.
And as I said earlier, we'll be producing a shorter document that highlights some of the key features and talking points in a PowerPoint for the executive board to share with their chapters.
If you want to ponder that first couple of questions for a minute, we could look at the timeline that's on page 29, I think. Yeah.
You have another
Just,
hand raised, Claire.
just to remind you of what Nancy was talking about earlier, that there are plenty of review steps that involve the board in particular. Carol?
So just to follow up, so if we adopt the plan and we submit it to the chapters and there's some concern, you know, a majority concern among the chapters about a significant piece of it, then the board members could bring that back to the board, state the concerns and modify whatever or resolve whatever the problem is with the plan. Is that correct?
Yeah, and that, you know, any time along the way, you know, the board can be reviewing this plan. We've set up next May as a key milestone. You know, we won't have gotten very far at that point, but we will have started to implement some of the bigger things.
Okay,
or started to plan to implement some of the bigger things or whatever.
Thank you.
So have you all had a chance to study the implementation timeline, or would you like to first talk about the who's going to be in the hot seat question? Do you think it ought to be the executive committee, a board committee that includes some executive officers as well as other board members, sort of, I'll call it the committee of the willing, or the entire board?
So what you're
Johanna.
seeing on the screen, I'll just share this real quick. This edit that appears in red, it was offered as a suggestion by the executive committee. So just know that that's what these edits are.
That's my motion is that, excuse me, I'm sorry about my voice today. I would like that the executive committee's recommendation to be adopted using an ad hoc committee of 3 executive board members, 2 executive committee members, and the executive director. Whatever it says in red there, I'm croaking.
So that's a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
So let's discuss this edit.
Would you repeat the motion, please?
It is to, with regard to implementation, leading the implementation, it's to assign an ad hoc executive board committee with the responsibility for outlining potential next steps for the executive board relative to 2024 priorities. This ad hoc committee would be composed of 3 executive board members, 2 executive committee members, and the executive director. The ad hoc committee will present recommendations at the February 2024 meeting. So between now and early February, this committee would put together an implementation plan for at least the first year.
Is that recommending that committee, or are they going to be making recommendations, or?
It says they would make recommendations to the board, to the e-board
Okay, good. Thank you.
at the February meeting. Discussion? If you all like that approach, then give me a show of hands, your digital hand, if you think that's the way we ought to do this.
Show 12.
Gee, looks like that almost unanimous. And put your hands down, which I will try to do as well. Okay. Now, anybody opposed by the same mechanism? I don't see any. We will recruit the committee of the willing after we've taken care of plan adoption, which I think would be our next step. I think I need a motion to adopt the plan that incorporates all the amendments that have been made today.
So moved.
And do I have a second?
Second.
Second,
Thank you.
I have a question.
Discussion?
I
Yeah,
have a
Candy, go ahead.
So basically on the strategic plan, the page 26, and it's under the 2024, under strategic plan, it goes down to bullet 1, 2, 3, 4. And then it says to assign the executive committee with the responsibility of outlining potential next steps to the executive board relative to the analysis of the chapter per capita allocation 2025 priority. And then the executive committee will outline proposed next steps to the November 24 executive board meeting. Didn't we just change that who should be doing this?
Not necessarily. This is a particular task that's being assigned as opposed to the, herding of the cats, so to speak. The amendment we just made charges a board committee with overseeing the implementation. This is a particular task that's being assigned here in this bullet. Now, implementation. This is gathering the information, outlining potential next steps and analysis. So that the implementation there seems pretty straightforward in that that's going to require some action by the convention.
Okay.
There aren't a lot of choices about who does the implementation. Johanna.
A reminder, nothing in this plan is set in concrete. We can change as we learn what works best. So just let's get it started with this recommendation for the ad hoc committee and change as we need to as we move along.
Yeah. Discussion on the motion to adopt the plan as amended with all of today's edits. Seeing no discussion, Those in favor of adopting the plan as amended, please signify by raising your digital hand or in Cheryl's case, waving at me.
Oh, I got.
Oh, no, you've got digital. Okay.
13.
Whoa, unanimous. Thank you all. Hey, thanks for all your hard work. I know this wasn't simple. It's meant a lot of extra meeting days. But I'm really proud of all the work that you have done. And now, the Committee of the Willing, if everybody put their hands down, I'd like to see a show of hands of people who are willing to be on the ad hoc committee that manages the implementation for at least the next year. I have Katrina's hand, Maurice's hand. I guess I'm on the committee whether I want to or not. Alma Jean, Cheryl. Candy. Claude. We're gonna have a vote. Let's see, we've got. I'll put my hand up. We've got, that gives us 2 executive committee members, but Katrina, Alma Jean, Claude. Candy, you pulled your hand down?
Oh, no, it's still up. But I figured you were done counting.
So we've got 1, 2, 3, we have 5 people for 3 board positions. Derek, how can we conduct a vote?
I can.
I'm putting together a poll real quick here.
Okay.
Katrina's saying 4. Are you
Katrina
withdrawing?
withdrew.
Okay.
Katrina withdraws, so there's 4. Claude, Candy, Alma Jean. And who else?
Cheryl.
Oh, Cheryl.
Okay.
I withdraw.
Claude withdraws. That leaves 3, Cheryl, Candy, and Alma Jean. That's
Thank
the
you.
committee.
Thank you, everyone.
With Maurice and I representing the executive committee. We are tasked. We are the committee and we are tasked with implementation, at least as far as through next year and or actually through November of next year, because we may have new faces. And we'll get, I'll speak for Lori here, we'll get information out to you as quickly as possible about when we will first meet. We'll try to keep these meetings to 1 to 2 hours at a time so that we don't have to try to chew more than we can at one time. And thank you for volunteering, especially. It's a volunteer organization and you're proving it. Now, let me find my agenda. There's some things that were above the lunch line that we got to go back to. Executive Director's report is in your packet. Yeah. Page 24, Lori just provided in writing so that time wouldn't need to be allocated for it on the agenda. We have the we have under old business, digital mobilization, which Derek was going to speak to.
Derek, before you start, I want to say how much I enjoyed that picture of all of you for Halloween. That was just hilarious.
Thank you. We'll try to keep this quick. Our current active list in Action Network is just shy of 7,000 members. We're currently mailing to just under 5,400. That's due to bounces, unsubscribes, a few spam clicks, etc. Let me give you a couple definitions real quick on what I'm about to talk about. An open rate is people that receive our Action Network emails and actually open them to read them. And then a click-through rate is those who actually take action within those emails. If there's a link to our website, to an article, or to an action item, etc., that's a click-through rate. Our Action Network email program is currently averaging about 39.5% open rate compared to the industry average of 34.5%. So we're doing outstanding in that respect. Our click-through rate is just under 5%, where the industry average is 1.3. So again, our members are doing outstanding there. Along those lines, we just sent out an email last week for a mobilization effort. The open rate on that, and that was for the SCPP meeting, the open rate on that was 41.6%. The click-through rate was 14.4. So that was outstanding. We utilized our first ever letter campaign a couple months ago for the pending government shutdown at that time. And through that mobilization, 505 letters were sent by our members to their congressional delegation, which was outstanding. We also published a phone number given to us by ASME, and at this time they haven't provided any stats back on that as how many people called. To go over a couple other items, our Facebook reach over the past 90 days has almost a 16% increase, with 120% increase in our posts, number of posts we've made. Our website, our overall traffic is up 15.5% at about 3.4 thousand users. Our unique visitors from searches being made are up almost 50%. And I've done a couple little looks now and then through Google. There was a point after our initial letter campaign that if you search Social Security Fairness Act, that we were the 5th ranked or the 5th listed item in Google above the congressional website. So that's outstanding. And we've been doing quite a few videos this year, especially for the open enrollment for PEB. Our YouTube channel has had almost 700 unique views in the past 90 days, up 526% over the 90 days preceding that. The overall watch time is at 316 hours. We have 31 subscribers currently, and that's up 250% over the past 90 days. The 3-part Sheba series that we did had 415 views for part 1, 105 for part 2, and 70 for part 3. And with an average viewing of those videos of over 30 minutes. And at time of publication, our open enrollment webinar that we did with Ellen Wolfhagen has 22 views to date. So our digital communications is reaching people and is extremely effective. So with that, I'll turn it back over to Claire.
Thanks, Derek. So what do you think's driving the growth, new content?
I believe it's been new content. I believe
It's strategic content.
right. I believe pushing out timely news and our mobilization efforts and pertinent information in our action in our news flashes, our weekly news flashes, is driving a lot of this. It's putting our face in front of our members and letting them know that we're on top of the issues and researching them for them. A lot of those clicks do come back to our website, which they're spending time on our website looking at our materials now. So it's been very effective, and you know, we're continuing to grow and expand it. So
And aligning, when I said strategic content, it's content that we know our members have indicated that they want to receive more of. And so that kind of maps back to the poll and the written survey and the listening session for the strategic plan.
Penny.
Yes, I also wanted to mention that I'm sure a lot of the other district representatives are pushing, not pushing, explaining to the members when I attend meetings, I make sure I always remind them to check the website and how good it is, and that we're getting weekly news flashes, so things are more up to date and current. And so I think that helps too.
Yeah, we appreciate that.
Thanks.
That's an important role of the board, right? To help
Yeah.
direct members to resources and to kind of further our brand. That's great. Thank you, Penny.
Let's move, if you're ready, Johanna, to the treasurer's report. In your packet, page 32 is where you'll find the treasurer's report, and then you know, all the stuff that's behind that.
Yep, I'm ready. I'm going to try to keep this as short as I can. I'm sure you read the treasurer's report, but the highlights are that we're on a solid financial ground, and that we are going to be happy, I think, with our closing figures, having projected a deficit budget of some size, that we're going to close out the year much less negative than we had expected. And I would like to ask you to pass or to approve, accept 2 sets of minutes from the Finance Committee. Whether you want to do them both together or separately is of no account. Whatever your pleasure is. I would like a motion for both the October 2nd and the November 13th Finance Committee meetings minutes.
Wait a minute, October 2nd and October 23rd, I believe.
October 23rd, you're right, I have the wrong piece of paper in front of me. It's, excuse me.
Is there a second?
October 2nd and October 23rd.
I'm sorry. Is there a second to the motion?
I second it.
Thank you. I see Candy's hand up.
I would like to have these two reports done separately, Johanna, so that we need to go into detail. I want to make sure we don't get mixed up. So I would like them to be done separately. Thank you.
It's fine with
We
me.
will, we will take the action items individually also. So this is just for the minutes at this
Just a
point,
minute.
but
This
I'm
is-
happy to do them separately. On the, so we will just bring forth the October 2nd minutes first. And are there any edits to those minutes?
I move acceptance of those minutes.
Second.
And Cheryl seconds. Okay, discussion. Those in favor of approving the October 2nd minutes only, raise your digital hand.
Accepting them.
Ah,
As
yes,
opposed to-
accepting, sorry.
Yeah.
In my hand.
Looks like we got 11. So hands down,
Claude put his up last.
okay, 12. Those opposed by the same sign. Don't see any, thank you. So the October 23rd minutes, just the minutes. Can I get a motion on that?
Just said it. I move acceptance of the minutes for the 23rd of November or October.
Second.
Thank you.
Thank you. Discussion? Those in favor of accepting the October 23rd Finance Committee meeting minutes, please raise your digital hand. Nine, 10, 11.
11.
I count 11, 12,
12,
13 votes. Okay, it's unanimous. Thank you. Hands down. Now, on the action items, I want to take action here on action items 1 and 2 of October 2nd, and action item 2 on October 23rd, because the other two action items need to go in tandem with the budget. So they will go later when the budget is discussed. Can I get a motion on action item 1 to increase the registration fee for the 2024 convention from $120 to $150 per person?
So moved.
Second.
Discussion? Johanna, is your hand up to discuss?
No, it's not, but I would like to
Okay.
ask Derek to give us a statistic or so on the costs these days. Can you do that for us, Derek?
Sure. One of the biggest problems we face with convention costs is food. That's an ever increasing and ever expensive item of our conventions. The last increase to our registration fee was when Howard Jorgensen was president. So it's been in excess of 10 years. And up until last year, the food costs were just a portion of the registration fee. And we're not trying to recoup all our costs through registration. We're just trying to offset them a portion. When you figure the cost of the venue, AV rental, room and lodging for board, which is on responsibility of the council office, staff, plus travel for both, meals for both. And you come up with an aggregate cost per delegate based upon a rough number of delegates. in the past, it's always been, anywhere from, let's see, 2011 was $174 per delegate, and we charged 100. 2013, it was 150 per delegate. We charged 120. Last year, our meals alone, or not last year, the last convention, the meals alone equaled $120. Looking forward to this coming convention, and I'm going off 2003 prices, which I'm going to try to get locked in here in the next month, just so I don't have to face 2024 prices. Just for the meals alone, it's going to cost about $140 per delegate. The overall cost per delegate for 2024 is estimated at about $242. So you can see the rise in costs. Like I said, majority of it is meals. It also is, some of the increases with this next year's convention is our mileage reimbursement rate has gone up for board. So that's an increase as well. We've been able to maintain pretty steady pricing for our venues because of our working relationships with the places we do visit. They give us breaks to encourage us to come back. And I've remained pretty much successful in keeping our room rates, our hotel rates, pretty low compared to what they would be. The Coast Hotel matched the rate they gave me in 2022, and I tried to get it lowered, and they were actually losing money on the rate that we had. So, but we still haven't gone above $120 per room. So I think that's pretty outstanding, because if you just try to reserve a room anywhere, you're lucky if you can get in for under 150. So with that said, those are some basic numbers that we're looking at. Like I said, we're not trying to recoup all the costs of convention, but we're just trying to offset the council costs a bit. Back when I did the estimate that are presented to the board when we voted on the venue, couple items I don't know if you had noticed at the time, but looking at Wenatchee, I actually had a few extra lines on there that the approximate cost per delegate at our current rate and a couple proposed rates. So at the current rate, we were looking at registration fee plus 2 nights of lodging was going to be $352 per delegate. At $150, it's $382. So it only goes up $30 per delegate. So it's not a huge increase per person, but it does help offset some of the costs that, like I said, that the council will incur.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's surprising how long it's been since that was raised. Do I have a motion to recommend to the, excuse me, do I have a motion to raise the convention registration cost from $120 to $150 per person?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you.
We have a couple hands up for discussion. Katrina's first.
I have 2 points. The first is that in the minutes, it says, yet the actual cost is projected to be $224 per delegate. And Derek mentioned it was $242. So I think there might have been a typo in the minutes under old business number 4.
Right. There was. It was 242.
Okay. Second, I would like to amend the motion to raise the fee for the convention from $120 to $200 per person. I think it's ridiculous that we undercut that cost by such a huge amount. And that's my reason for the amendment to the current motion.
My,
Second,
sorry,
there a second to that amendment?
I just heard one.
I'd second that.
Okay.
Good.
So, Alma Jean, I would assume you can speak to the amendment as well as the main motion if you're so inclined.
Okay. First of all, on the comment overall, during the COVID years, one of the industries that suffered terribly, as you know, is hospitality. Everything industry-wise, hospitality-wise suffered. And many of them are trying to make up the difference, recover. There are staffing shortages. Even now, restaurants have to close down some of their operations because they don't have enough people to do the work. So things are different. And that's a justification for us trying to put into place our own strategies. So to that end, I can support the motion to raise the cost.
To what limit? Alma Jean,
To the recommendation,
thank you.
120 to 150.
We did have an amended amount. So I think we need to deal with the amendment first.
Yeah, I was going to take any further discussion on the amendment to the motion.
Derek?
Alma Jean, did you put your hand up again? All right. Well then, Derek, go ahead. Sorry.
While I do appreciate Katrina's motion to increase it, I want to speak cautiously on this. I'm concerned about a sudden decrease in the attendance to our convention if we raise it too fast, too soon. Like I said, we're not trying to recoup all of our costs or a large majority. We're just trying to recoup some. At 150, it covers the meals plus some, which I think is adequate. If we have a sudden drop in attendance, it's probably going to hurt us more than, if we had stayed at 150 or 120. Because if I have too few people, then it costs us too much for too few people. And I'm concerned with a lot of pushback from chapters. I would hope that with whatever change the board desires, that I have your full support down to the chapter levels with an increase. But I do have a concern about kind of too much too soon with going beyond 150. So, but I'll leave that to you. So.
Okay. On the amendment, any discussion? The amendment, the motion on the floor is to amend the amount. I see a hand. Sue?
Yeah, this is Sue Henderson, president of Chapter 1. My chapter has quite a bit of money in our treasury, but there are smaller chapters that probably can't afford the $200 because you're on top of that, you have to add the hotel room, the travel costs that they have, and then any meals that would go. So it may discourage some of the smaller chapters to not send people. And I agree with Derek, it's too much too quickly. I think maybe this is a discussion that deserves to be had at convention in a in a group, so that it can come back to the convention, maybe with a recommendation of a resolution of something. But I think 200 is too much too quickly, and I think it may discourage some of your smaller chapters.
And if I could real quick,
you.
I looked at 2022's registration numbers, and for chapters that sent delegates, if you sent the same number of delegates as you did in 2022, on average, your increased registration costs are under $200 overall, at 150. And like I said, that's kind of most of the chapters. There's a few chapters that had larger delegations, Olympia, Seattle, Wenatchee, and Spokane. But kind of across the board, everyone else averaged less than $200 increase, bumping it up to 150. So.
Thank you. I don't see any other hands, so let's do a vote on the amendment. Raise your hands if you favor a $200 registration fee for the convention next year.
Katrina.
And okay, hands down. Those opposed, raising your hands as well. So fails 10-2, I think. 3. 10-3, 10-2, something like that.
Okay.
On the main motion then, are we done with discussion on the increase from 120 to 150? Seeing no hands. Those in favor of increasing the registration fee for next year's convention to $150, please raise your hand. 10, 11, 12. Unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you.
That gets us to action 2. These two are combined, kind of tied together. Action 2 would be to review the convention income and expenses in preparation of the operating budget for the convention years, even numbered years. So, continue to examine income and outlays related to convention in the appropriate budget year.
Make it a regular assessment of what we have and what's going to cost.
And this is a recommendation from the Finance Committee, is it not, Johanna?
Yes, it is. The motion was to recommend that the executive board review convention income and expenses in the preparation of the operating budget for even numbered convention years. And I so move.
Second.
Thank you. Discussion? Those in favor of a biennial review of convention income and expense, please raise your digital hand. We have 11, 13, unanimous. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
So this next action 3, as I mentioned, will be taken up with the budget just a little bit further down the agenda here. And that takes us to action number 2 from October 23rd, because action 1 also will be taken up with the budget. Well, it is actually the motion to adopt the budget. So we will put that one aside till we get to the item on the agenda, which is coming up fast. But action 2, Johanna, you want to explain that one?
Action 2 Excuse me. Actually, wasn't that the review of the convention income on item 2 from the,
I'm sorry, we're on, now I'm on action 2 from October 23rd, one having to do with authorizing a CD.
okay, yes. The finance committee, thanks to Elizabeth, has discovered that we have an opportunity to get as much as 5% interest on our investments. And I would, the finance committee has recommended that we do that. And I'm looking for the actual written out motion here.
If you'd like, I'll read it. They recommended authorizing the treasurer to purchase a $50,000 CD using 40,000 from savings and 10,000 from checking.
Page 37, Johanna.
Amen, thank you.
I second the motion.
Okay. Excellent.
Discussion, Carol.
I move to table this item until after we consider and review the 2024 operating budget.
I second.
It's been moved and seconded to table.
Question, why put it off? The interest rate may go down.
That's right.
Mr. President, a motion to table is not debatable.
No,
That's true. So those in favor of tabling until the budget discussion signify by raising your digital hand. I think that's it. 2, and put your hands down. Those in favor of continuing discussion on this item, raise your digital hand. And to 2, I believe. Thank you. Debate continues on the issue of authorizing the purchase of a CD. If you're concerned about this interrupting available cash for other line items in the budget, we do have other CDs that are maturing at least by June, I believe, of next year. And so because it's the laddering, such as it is, it's not much of a ladder anymore, was designed to make sure there was funds available for the convention. Carol, you have your hand up still, or again, I should say.
Yes, again. So I speak in opposition to this action. If we had tabled until after we looked at the operating budget, had discussions around that, I would be in support. But I'm opposed because I don't think the 5% interest rate is going to change in the next hour or two. So I think my motion to table should have passed. I'm sorry that it didn't, but I rise in opposition to this action because this will have direct impact on the operating budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy.
I support this motion. Elizabeth was concerned, even at the legislative committee, that this time would run out on this. She wasn't convinced that it would last that long. And so the fact that we still have it up to today, I think we need to grab this right while we can. I think it's been a concern of many financial people. Thank you.
Thank you. Candy?
I agree with Carol that we should not accept this at this time. We need to look at the budget because I believe there's things that we need to put into the budget that wasn't put in there, and we need to have money that's there. I don't want to wait till June till another CD gets approved or that we can get it. We need to have the money to do what the members told us to do for them. And there's some items that I'd like to see added to the budget. So that's why I'm speaking against it. Thank you. At this time.
Anybody else? Then we shall vote on the authorization to purchase a CD in the order of $50,000. Those in favor of purchasing the CD, raise your digital hand. I think we've got 10, and those, put your hands down. Those opposed, please raise your hand. And 3. Thank you.
Claire, did we actually get the approval of the October 23rd minutes done?
Yes.
I thought we did. Yes, right after the October 3rd minutes.
We did.
We did minutes, and then action items. So we have 2 action items that we're pushing down the agenda a little bit. We have an update from Elizabeth on the PDC filing, which I understand is still under review. Is Elizabeth on?
I am.
Yeah, she is. Okay.
Yeah, so prior to today, I had not received any additional information from the PDC. I checked back in with them last week just to make sure there was nothing outstanding that they were looking for from us or any other missing documents that they needed. I did just receive a meeting request today, mid-morning today, for a meeting, part of their normal process that they go through in cases such as this. So that is scheduled for next Monday, and it's called an initial hearing case status review. So it's nothing negative or anything. It's just part of their normal process. So my intent is if Lori and Johanna would like to be involved in that as well, or whomever else would like to be. But since Lori and Johanna have been following that with me, we can see what they have to say as far as the next steps. So they have been extremely backlogged, if that's the right term, inundated with items such as ours. So it has taken quite a bit of time for them to get to this stage in the process to have this review. And my understanding is that this meeting next Monday is something they do when a case is approaching 90 days, which is what ours is. It was filed on August 21st, and we are approaching 3 months since then. So all of the information they've requested has been sent to them. I've been in contact with the case officer assigned to the case, and we have a good rapport with them. So I'm not expecting to hear anything negative going forward. So we're just looking forward to hearing what they have to say at that next meeting, and go from there. And any questions, I'll be happy to.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Katrina, I think, has a question.
Yeah, Katrina.
Can you tell me what time the meeting is going to be and whether or not you would welcome an additional person attending?
I think we could have an additional attendee. It is at 1:30 on Monday, the 20th.
And is it a virtual or in person?
No. It's definitely not in person. It's through Zoom. Yeah. Oh, it's actually through Microsoft Teams. So I can reach out to the case officer and ask, you know, how many people can we have in attendance? Or if it's a matter of Katrina, for example, if you wanted to come here, maybe it's something we could do, you know, over just one call, but I'm assuming we can have multiple people. I will find out.
I
if
would like to
there's-
attend if that's
Okay.
feasible.
Okay, let me find out what the process is to invite others to it. Because it's not through Zoom, it's through Teams, which is very similar. If you guys aren't familiar with that product. Anybody else? And I'll email you, Katrina, when I find out.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thanks for the update, Elizabeth.
My pleasure.
We're looking forward to the all clear signal from the state.
Yes, absolutely. Me too.
I'd like to move the legislative day new business, the only new business item up to now, and then we can take a break before we dive into the budget. We have an action item on legislative day COVID protocols. Page 87 in your packet. You'll see an updated version of the kind of protocols you've seen in the past, but this one's a little less rigid, I would say, for lack of a better term. I hope you've had a chance to review it. Derek, is there anything you want to say in introducing legislative day? Obviously, the registration period is now open through first of the year. And anything else?
Not that I can think of. You know, it is open on our website registration. We did make a change recently for any guests. Instead of $50, we changed it to $20, which will cover basically just the meal for that. We didn't see a need to have it be anything more. We do have people that need someone to drive them or someone that they need to care for. So, yeah, we figured we would probably need protocols again in place. These are a little bit more relaxed than previously. We're not asking for testing this time or proof of testing. We're just asking if you have symptoms to be cautious or stay away. So, and we're allowing for any kind of mask to be used. So.
You know what the protocol for the Capitol buildings are?
We haven't heard anything yet, but
Yeah, that won't be coming until like the end of November or early December after committee days get started. Sorry, Derek. I
That's
didn't
right.
mean to step on you.
So can I get a motion on the legislative day protocols at page 87 in your packet?
I move we accept those legislative day COVID protocols.
Second.
Katrina, second.
Thank you. Discussion? Any changes anybody thinks need to be made? Then let's vote. Show your digital hand if you are in favor of adopting these protocols for Ledge Day. 11, 12. I think we're there. I count 12. And any opposed?
Bless you.
Thank you. Say one. We had scheduled a break around now, and I think it's probably a good time to take a break, and then we'll move on to the budget. So 15 minutes would put us at 2:05 by my clock. So I will see you again at 2:05.
And Maurice, I see that our Mike Wallen came close, but he didn't quite make it, huh? I can't hear you. You're muted.
Yeah, I followed that pretty close. But she was out really making the rounds. I mean, every street corner, every, I get the Dallas County Facebook page, any kind of town gathering in the last 3 months she was at.
Oh,
So
so
she
she
made,
really covered her bases then.
right, she really had to work hard to get what she got.
Well,
And it was by no means a landslide.
no, it wasn't that far apart. I didn't
No,
think,
it was a fairly close race.
no, I thought so. So is that so he was the incumbent? Is that?
Yes.
So he
Yes.
lost his, oh, that's too bad.
Yeah.
Well, that's not an improvement then, is it? Or how is she?
Well, after, I was involved with her political interview with CLC.
Yeah.
And she did not impress us at all. And
Oh.
there's just some dark shadows in her past that she made a sideways glance at explaining, and it was always someone else's fault.
Oh,
Yeah, so,
well, that seems to be the way they do it these days.
yeah.
Okay, well,
It'll
that
be
was
interesting to see.
That was sad, but I did see we changed mayors in Woodland.
Yeah, oh, I wasn't surprised for that. I have no idea who the guy running against Will Finn was, but
I don't either. I didn't vote because I don't get to vote. in
I don't
Woodland.
live there, so yeah.
Me either. I live upriver, up in the hills. Well, I see the boss is back.
Yeah, it's 203, or I show 203.
Well, it stopped raining.
Well, I've had the sun out most of the day here.
Yeah, even up here, it's been mixed clouds and little blue sky.
Yeah, I mean, I just went out and moved my garbage can in and picked up some stuff in the backyard that had blown over. And yeah, it's chilly, but it's nice out.
Mhm. No, it's like 50 degrees, I think, something like that.
Well, it felt like it was about 20 to me, but the wind's blowing pretty good up here.
Oh,
So
no wind here.
yeah.
It's still. Mhm. From Mount St. Helens.
Yeah, that should get everybody's attention, huh?
It's been rumbling, but they
Yeah,
said
it's as
don't get
active.
excited,
It
it
hasn't
does it
been
all.
this active since it blew.
Oh, I said it does this all the time. It comes and goes. In 04, it
Well,
puffed a little bit.
it's been a while since it's beginning. So
Since it puffed, yeah, it was 04. We went up there. I can see
maybe
it.
Iceland's got it active.
Yeah. Can't see it from my place, but I can see it from up the road about a mile or two.
Are folks back in their seats? We ready to
Yeah, ready to roll.
wrap up the budget?
Yeah, let's wrap.
Are you ready for it then, Claire?
Hi, Johanna. Yeah, if you're back, we're ready to go, I think.
Okay, we will. The way this was scheduled is as follows, that we're here to review the preliminary 2024 operating budget and its relationship to the strategic plan. We had originally thought about 50 minutes would be required to discuss this. We'd like to have you hold your questions until the end of the presentation. And we will the discussion on the specific line items and the overall budget. We want to remind you that we reviewed the preliminary budget in August at our meeting, and subsequently tasked the professional team and the finance committee with revising proposed operating budget to align with and support the strategic plan goals. The finance committee and the executive committee have both passed their support for the proposed operating budget that we're discussing today. We'd like to review only the areas of the budget that are different from what you saw in August. And the changes that we are discussing were all spelled out in the materials that you received mid-October. So that all of that said, I'm going to hand it back to you, Claire.
Actually, I think Lori's going to talk about alignment with strategic plan.
Okay.
If she's here. Let me see.
I'm talking away and I was on mute. I'm sorry. Okay. Boy, sorry about that, everybody. Okay, so what I had shared is that you saw, as Johanna just said, you reviewed the preliminary operating budget in August after your work session on the strategic plan, and you set the goals. Then the task was to go back with the finance committee and to look for areas of further alignment. And so what we wanted to do is go through those line items that we recommend be modified in order to align the budget more accurately with the strategic plan goals. So I want to refer you first to these are, by the way, these for the most part, we're going to go in the order of the numbering of the budget. So I'm going to refer, if you look on, you can see Elizabeth's screen under special events in that second set of quadrants. Maybe you could use your cursor, Elizabeth, to show them where 4100 is. So I'm going to address 4100. And I'm also going to address 6010. So you have already actually taken action on this first item on 4100. And so and it's noted here in the notes, that is to affirm the Finance Committee's recommendation to increase the registration fee for convention from $120 to $150. And so that's noted here. And that has an implication for the convention expense. And so that change impacts both of those line items. And this modification has been recommended to support organizational sustainability, the first goal that we had noted in the plan. And I think, Nancy, you're going to walk through some of the next set of changes.
Okay, if you refer to line item 5230, conference regulation and travel, to realign the budget with the strategic plan goals, conference registration, travel, line 5230, and travel expenses, line 5500, have been reallocated to reflect the strategic plan investment in legislative advocacy and membership recruitment. So the funds from line item 5230 and 5500 have been redirected to line items 610 and 7415 in the committee section to reflect investments in membership and legislative advocacy. It's important to remember that membership communication was cited as a priority by our members. And the newsletter is highly valued and members want more information on the newsletter. That's been always important to our members, and even more so with the more people that are involved in that. This is not an issue of whether donations are permissive. It's an issue of what is higher important and will serve the most members. So just an emphasis on membership that we recommend these changes. Are you with me? $5230 and $5500.
Okay, so I think,
Which is,
Maurice?
my understanding is that that's where the expenses actually are incurred
right,
for the
so it's just
travel.
shifting them so that they're in acknowledgement of those priorities.
Right. It hasn't added or subtracted anything. It's just shifted where the emphasis is.
So
Can you show the next page? The next page, please?
yeah, that's got the 6110 at the top and the 7415 down in the middle.
So that's to emphasize, so we want to invest in membership, outreach, and legislative advocacy, which is what our members have told us are important to them.
Communications.
Yeah, we're going to cover member communications in just a second. And that's part of it. It does have a relationship, sure. So I was just going to say that the budget, if you're looking at your packets, and we recognize that it's very small type, but the proposed operating budget falls on page 82 and page 83. So and 80, yeah,
legislative
and
advocacy,
84.
is legislative advocacy the contract lobbyist?
No. She's the separate line item. Thanks, Elizabeth. She's line item 5416. Can everyone see that?
Yes.
So let's talk member communications.
Are we to the membership recruitment? When it comes to the budget?
Yes.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
well,
In your
membership
pa-
communications is
already-
first,
Oh.
and
Yeah,
then
we are-
recruitment.
We just looked at line 5230. Can you go back up, Elizabeth? So line 5230. What we just covered here is that the funds were reallocated to 5500. And then the line item, this is hard to follow, I'm sorry. And membership recruitment was 66110. Oh, okay. And also 7, right, and down here to 7415. So the travel's been reallocated from those two areas in administration, and they've been realigned into the committee section to support those two goal areas. So that just has to do with the shifting of the existing allocation around conferences and travel. So now what we would do is take a look at line 5420. excuse me, I read that wrong. 5240. I'm sorry, I transposed that. Okay, now we're looking at line 5240. And so I think you were speaking, Maurice. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
That was my fault.
I'm sorry, I was muted. No, my question, Lori, is the membership recruitment. We had discussed on the executive committee and the finance committee regarding the movement of line item 5374 to 60 and 6110 movement, if we were to that point yet. And the newsletter issue and things like that are part of that.
What number was that?
When it comes to membership recruitment, which is a goal and part of the strategic plan, that and we're referring to line item 5374 and 6110. 5374 being the chapter newsletter bulk mailings, and then 6110 is your membership recruitment, which deals with blind mailings, AFSCMEs, blind mailings, things like that. And it was, if you'll see in your packet, it was a recommendation from the finance committee and the executive committee to support redirecting funds from the 5374 to 6110 to follow our strategic plan and goals to allow for targeting mailing and outreach to potential members, new and inactive members, to support membership recruitment. The funds will also be used to offset the deficit, which supports organization stability. Large chapters are chapters that have 200 or more members. And the data shows that large chapters have ample resources to cover the full cost of bulk mailings, printing and production prices. And that'll be, if you refer to page 86 of your packet.
Oh, let's see.
I searched that myself. And there's a chart on page 86 regards large chapters and the difference in mailing cost and everything. And it's been, with large chapters of 200 plus members have more than $530,000 in cash and investments. Moreover, the yearly per capita for large chapters, 200 plus members, ranges from a low of $3,696 for chapter 8 to a high of $18,590.28 for chapter 2. And those are 22 amounts. And between the available cash and investments and per capita allocations, all large chapters have more than enough funds to cover full production cost for their chapter newsletters. And in that graph, you'll see the difference in investments. And with them covering their full cost, and proofing and layouts are still going to be done by the staff, but full cost, that currently large chapters, 200 plus members, fully reimburse the council for bulk mailing and cost only. Large chapters only reimburse the council for a small portion of the actual printing and material cost. Yet these costs continue to rise. And that's been kind of our theme today, is how much things are rising and have risen. And the council office will continue to work with chapters to put their newsletters together. So that's kind of the thought before, is if we move the line item 5374 to 6110, it supports our strategic plan in our goal for recruitment, membership, retention, and things like that, which, as we all know, we're a member-driven organization. Without those members, we're nothing. And with the cost of everything and the blind mailings, which are still our highest revenue of getting new members, or those blind mailings. And we have to proceed and continue with those. and contacts with our current members and, you know, just to revitalize things.
I believe
One item that was mentioned, but not, the detail was not provided, was the transfer of $2,000 from line item 5240 to 6410. So that's from contributions to the quarterly newsletter, so that the newsletter can add a couple of pages to future issues.
And I believe there is a plan to have templates for chapters to craft their newsletters as economically as possible, while giving the information that the members want. And I think that's a very helpful step and kind of a cost-cutting factor too.
Yeah. So I think that gets us to Q&A. And then we will put the recommendation from the Finance Committee on the floor.
I'd like to point
Carol,
out,
is your hand up for a question?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah, your hand is up.
Yes, it is.
Is it for a question?
It's for a response. I want to amend the budget.
Okay, well, let's do that when I get the motion on the floor from the Finance Committee. Penny, is yours a question?
You're on mute, Penny.
Thank you. Is this the appropriate time to ask a question?
Yeah, and
Okay.
then we'll
'Cause,
move into the
we've
voting
got
stuff.
on line item 5443, there's an ad hoc committee expense line. When we just voted to create one, and I'm wondering why that isn't on the committee expenses on page 84, which would be the committee page. The next one, I think.
This line item's been in the budget for some time. Someone, and so this isn't something that was added, and it was probably there
zeros.
for many years. It's been zeros all these years. The ad hoc committee that you approved as a body a while back, a few hours ago, an hour ago, that will meet virtually, and there shouldn't be any expense behind it.
If there were any expenses like mailing or something, that
you
could, since it's a
anticipate-
board committee, it could come out of the board line item.
Right, well, it
Yeah.
wasn't listed on the committees that were on that, that one.
That line item was a leftover from when years ago, when we used to have a website committee
Okay,
for a short period.
okay. Thank you.
So, seeing no other hands, when we, so the motion, what I want to do is combine the two actions into that are recommended by the Finance Committee into a motion. And that would be action 1 from October 23rd, which is recommend the adoption of the amended 2024 operating budget with the revisions proposed by staff. And then in addition to that, action 3 from October 2nd, support the strategic plan goal of membership recruitment and recommend that large chapters to reduce costs may provide a digital newsletter option to members or use a new template to include 2 stapled pages format, 4 pages back to back, with reduced content from the monthly executive director letter. Large chapters may still produce a larger newsletter that exceeds the 2-page template while incurring all printing, supply, and production cost. So that's a single motion that adopting the budget and establishing the bulk that the production costs related to bulk mail newsletters would be the responsibility of the chapters, with the mailing that meets the bulk limit, minimum limit of 200. And can I get a second on that? Oh, well,
You
don't
haven't
have a motion.
stated your motion.
I
Point
need
of
the
privilege.
motion.
Point of privilege, you haven't stated the motion.
Yeah, the motion is adopt the budget as recommended with the with supporting the strategic plan goal of membership recruitment, and recommend that large chapters reduce costs. That was a recommendation that large chapters to reduce costs may provide a digital newsletter option members, or use new templates to include a smaller form for a smaller format, and
Point of order.
and may still produce larger newsletters if they wish at their
Point of
cost.
order. Point of order.
Yes,
So my point of order is that they have to remain 2 separate motions because they are 2 separate issues. They're not, you can't combine them. And furthermore, where it says large chapters may do these things, I think all chapters should be able to do those things. So I would move to amend the motion regarding the digital newsletter and the other newsletter opportunities apply to all chapters and not just large chapters. And I so move.
quite reasonable. Okay, then let me get the adopt budget motion on the floor. And I get a motion on the
There's a motion on the floor, Mr. President.
I second Carol's motion.
so what was your motion?
My motion was to change the language from large chapters to chapters, all chapters. So it just needs to say chapters, not large, in both parts of that sentence.
All chapters don't pay anything for printing at this day and time.
It's not the
Yeah,
point.
the small chapters aren't paying the cost of the mailing.
That's not the point.
What is the
Well,
point?
The point is that chapters should have the opportunity to do a digital newsletter if they wish.
Yes, they do now. They do already.
But the language in the finance committee minutes speaks specifically to large chapters and not other chapters. And it doesn't define large chapters.
Let me look at this. Chapters may provide additional.
Would be helpful.
Okay, I think you're on to something. I think that it could be chapters in the first sentence. Because it's all about the options, but the second sentence would continue to say large chapters may still produce a larger newsletter that exceeds the template while incurring all printing, supply, and production costs.
So what if I want to do that and I'm not large, I'm medium? That's my
That's what you're
point.
doing today. That's what you're getting today is the full executive director report in an envelope.
It should say chapters, not large chapters, not all chapters, just chapters.
Yeah, but you don't want to
but
have,
this-
but if you're a small chapter, you don't want to have the rest of the sentence apply to you, which is incurring all printing, supply, and production costs.
And let's consider defining a large chapter as anything over 200 members, which is, I believe, the current assessment point.
Right.
And the action pertains to a specific line item. That's why the finance committee referenced it this way.
The
It
my
relates,
chapter, which is, of course, a large chapter, has been offering the option of a digital newsletter all along. So if any small chapter that doesn't qualify for the bulk rate wants to do that, they should be encouraged to, because it reduces costs all across the board.
Well, listen, you guys are so much smarter than I am. So you just do what you want. But I
Oh.
think all chapters should have the same opportunities, whether they're large, small, medium, extra large. It's not defined.
I agree with you, and I think that I believe the small chapters already have those options because the council's paying the full cost. And the council would be happy to save any money.
I'm just telling you that I think the language is not right.
well, it pertains to a specific line item. That's why it's framed this way.
It's one of those things that we could actually modify at a later date.
Yeah.
I'm not
It's in terms of the specific line item. That's why it's framed this way. Because these actions are taken specific to the draft proposed operating budget.
Why don't we change large chapters to bulk mail or to chapters qualifying for bulk mail?
That's a good edit. Yep, that's good. That's fine.
Meantime, there's
then-
nothing that stops a small chapter from using anything. I mean, from having a
Right.
electronic delivery.
If you don't mind, Carol, we could add another sentence to this already cumbersome motion to say that the template and digital versions are also an option for the current full version, and the template and digital options are available to smaller chapters as well. Would that get at what you're wanting?
I'm fine as long as it cleans it up so all chapters have the same opportunities. And it has to be a separate motion from adopting the budget because they're two separate and distinct things. They're not.
Is somebody writing this down?
So maybe we pull up a Word file?
Yeah.
Alyssa, do you want me to do that?
Yeah, if you could do that, please. Thank you.
So give me just a second here. And I will write it out. Give me one moment, please.
Sure.
Just
All
by
right,
way,
let me see here. Okay, so I will add in the other stuff. It's just supplemental, right? So it says to support the strategic plan goals, goal of membership recruitment, and recommend that chapters qualifying for for bulk mail may reduce costs. We'll just change this, may reduce costs by providing.
I want to try and make it inclusive as Carol has suggested. So support the strategic plan goal of membership recruitment. I would strike and recommend that and insert through large chapters to reduce costs, providing, let's see,
It should say
let's see.
by enabling large chapters.
Yeah, by enabling large chapters to reduce costs.
Oops. To reduce costs by providing a digital newsletter option.
Yeah, or
Or maybe
using
what
a
it
new
should
template.
say, or template to include pages stapled. There's more to it than that. There's stuff in parent that we can pick up. So there was a question about what large chapters, so maybe thing.
so why can't it just say chapters? Why does it have to say large?
Only at the end does it have to say large.
Jacob,
When you get down to the last sentence.
Yes.
are most of the chapters, what are their page counts looking like?
Their page counts amongst
Like
bigger chapters?
On smaller chapters, the ones that we produce, are they staying, are they around 4 pages? I know there's.
Yeah, so we
There-
limit the chapters for where we, cover all the costs and whatnot for printing and mailing the newsletters. They're
There
limited
are-
to 4 pages, which is 2 sheets of paper.
Yep, which is what they're already doing. That's why the
Yeah.
motion doesn't really work for small chapters. Thank you for clarifying. I thought so. I just wanted to make
No
sure.
problem.
So our small chapters are already using a template.
Okay.
So and to Claire's points, the digital option's already available to them. So if we wanted to clarify this further, we could just say, that qualify for bulk mailing. Was that clear? Why, I mean,
And then, so
why
in that
we're not
case,
changing this is because they already have the option of producing a digital newsletter. That's always been an option. And the small chapters, which are fully covered by the council budget, they're already working within a template. So this motion
In other
applies,
words-
this motion applies to the line item in the budget, which is, what I was saying. That's why it was framed this way.
Well, in other words, the small chapters already paying nothing.
Yes.
for Their costs.
yes, but they're limited to
Yeah, to
a
the,
certain number of sheets of paper.
yeah. Does that make any sense, people? Looks like Penny's got her hand.
Penny has a hand up. Sorry, it took me a while to get to you folks with hands. Penny, you're muted.
I did not mean to leave my hand up. I'm sorry.
Okay. Claude also?
So are you saying that the council is supplementing for the small chapters on the mailing?
Yep.
Yeah, we pay for everything.
That was an action by the board.
And how large are these small chapters? What do they consist of? The numbers?
Under 200.
And they can't afford to pay themselves.
Many of them can. This was a motion of the board without consideration by the finance committee. It was done prior to my arrival.
Yeah, it goes back a few years. I believe it was right about the time I came to the board as treasurer. But the problem with the smaller chapters, if they don't qualify for the bulk mail rate. So it's really the postage that's eating up the money. It costs more to do a mailing for a chapter with 150 or so pieces than it does for a chapter with 250 or 300 pieces. That's why the board, I think, took pity on the small ones. Stephen, your hand's up.
You just made the point, about the whole reason for having the differentiation between large and small. That's why we cannot say all chapters, because they're not all treated the same for newsletter publication.
Yeah. Thank you. You're much clearer than I was.
So the vote was taken by the board on this matter in November of 2021, and it went into effect in 2022. And the decision didn't go before the finance committee as a recommendation. It was made during the discussion on the operating budget. So there wasn't an opportunity to do any analysis by the finance committee and by staff prior to this being enacted. So I hope that's helpful as background.
So Almagene, you have your hand up.
It would be helpful if in parentheses, when we say small chapters, in parentheses, put 200 or less. And when we say large chapters, say 400 or more, or whatever it is.
This motion
Thanks.
or this action item from the finance committee only relates to the line item in the budget. That's why it's framed that way. But does this, so we added some points of clarification here. I'm highlighting them. And then there's some more verbiage that's in parentheses, but it doesn't affect them. It doesn't change the main motion. I'll add it back in.
So did we have an amendment on the floor?
Yes. It was to
And
amend
you
that.
got a
language.
second?
Yes, there was a second.
So are you willing to withdraw the amendment, or do you want me to vote on it?
You have to vote on it.
Had to vote on the amendment.
Okay. So would you restate the amendment that you wanted? Was you wanted to change it to all chapters?
No, I think Lori provided clearer language.
That's why I was thinking you would want to withdraw your
You
amendment.
still have to vote on it.
I can't withdraw,
Okay.
it has to be voted.
Okay, there's an amendment that's been moved and seconded that would make this apply equally to all chapters and bring on the ire of small chapters everywhere. So those in favor of an amendment to make this cost arrangement apply to all chapters rather than just the more than 200 mailing chapters, signify by raising your hand, your digital hand. And those opposed to such an amendment by the same mechanism. I think that's probably a lot of people. Yes, thank you. Amendment fails. On the motion that you see on your screen,
Move
further
to adopt.
discussion?
Move to adopt. Is there a
There's some
second?
hands still up. Let's put the hands down. Johanna, Almagine, hands down. This is the main motion. Further discussion on the main motion?
It has to be moved and seconded. I move
Okay,
it.
you moved, and do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you.
I second.
Okay, is there any discussion? Those in favor of the motion on the screen, please raise your digital hand. Yeah. Um, 12.
12.
Thank you. Any opposed? Okay. So that brings us to adoption of the budget. As recommended by the Finance Committee
And the executive committee.
and the Executive Committee. Thank you. Do I have a motion?
I'll move to approve the budget as presented.
Second.
Second.
Thank you. Carol?
I move to amend the budget relating to line 5240. As you know, it's very important to work with our allies on interests that align with our members. And the Foundation for Working Families has had a contribution from RPEC statewide for the last 3 years. And those contributions have directly supported members who've lost their homes in fires and had other tragedies. All of our members are entitled to the benefit of it as they face hardship. And I think that to not support a program of the Washington State Labor Council, who is our ally, is a very bad idea. So I move to amend the budget to include a $500 amount for the Foundation for Working Families.
I second that.
Discussion?
Me, Johanna. I love charitable giving. And I wish that we could afford to both fully fund our mission and give to others. Just in the form of discussion, not to make any amendments here, but I think it's past time that we as a board come up with some way, like personal donations, to set aside some money for the purpose of charitable giving, including the Foundation of Families, without spending dues money to do it. I know on at least one occasion, I was able to contribute to the foundation, and I would like to continue to do that, but I would like to not do it with our members' dues money. We say nothing in our efforts to recruit people about giving to charities. We, by omission, tell them that we spend their dues money doing advocacy primarily. And I just don't think it's the right thing to do, especially when we have such a need for improvement in our member communication. And that shows up very clearly in the surveys that was done for us to work with the strategic plan. And I really do apologize for my voice, guys. I'm so sorry. It sounds like a frog. Anyway, that's my preference, is that we not contribute dues funds, but that we come up with a plan for bringing money out of our own pockets and member pockets, I don't know, to get to charities.
Thank you. Katrina?
I'm sorry, I lost track of what I was going to say. I'll lower my hand.
A senior moment. Come back when you remember. Carol?
Yes, I just want to express again that the Foundation for Working Families is a members only benefit. Only dues money from union, that's not how I want to say it. The money that
Only
is,
dues paying.
the money only goes to dues paying members of unions that are affiliated with the Washington State Labor Council. For example, when the fires broke out on both sides of the Cascades, we were able to help 72 families who's lost their homes, their cars, their barns, their pets, everything. We were able to do that because all of the unions affiliated with the Labor Council contribute to this members only fund that only goes out to union members who are in need. So this is not an average charity. It's not like the Cancer Fund or the Heart Fund. It is not your average charity. This is a members only benefit. The money that comes in comes from union members. The money that goes out to union families only. And it's governed by a board of volunteers that are all union members. So this is not your average charity. And I think if we are allies with Washington State Labor Council, then we need to support their programs, and we need to recognize how much they have supported our efforts. So I think we must contribute something from our operating budget to that fund. Thank you.
Thank you. Nancy?
Yes, I think we all have favorite charities. I understand Carol saying this is union members only, but there are lots of people that need our money. I'd like to table this and have it go to the policy committee. So we have a policy on how and who and why we make contributions. I think we need a policy in place. So I'd like to table this at this time.
I believe we have a policy in place.
Not about charitable contributions.
Yes, we
Do I have a
did.
second on the motion to table? I'll second it. Those in favor of tabling the motion to amend signify by raising your digital hand. Well, first, there's 3 hands up, so put those down. Okay. Now, raise your hand if you're on the motion to table, if you support the motion to table. Five. Put your hands down. And those opposed, raise your hand digitally. Seven to 5. Okay, we are not tabled. We will continue the debate. There were a couple of people with hands up before. Please put them back up so that I can call on you. I think Claude was one.
Yes, I agree with Carol on this because not only the Washington State Labor Council, which I am a part of, what about the CLCs that are union? And they distribute monies or give union dues paying members. They distribute monies in every capacity. So I agree with Carol on this, and I think that it should be supported and given to union members. But not only that, I think that any person that is in distress or have been in distress for whatever reasons, I think we should also consider them all as well.
Candy.
Hi, so I support Carol's motion and Claude's information. When you think about it, this is a small amount that we are contributing to this fantastic fund that has helped so many people all these years. And I feel that we should just compete, we should support it. When you look at the Washington State Labor Council, they support us at RPEC. They're working for us, just like the labor councils are working for us also, that we need as allies to continue to support their programs. Thank you.
Thank you. Stephen?
I believe that this is probably a very worthy cause, but I believe it should be supported from the chapters, not the council.
Thank you. Katrina?
I believe that this is a worthwhile effort for council or for our members' money to be spent on, because it's being spent on our members or people who will become our members or may become our members. It's being spent for union families in distress. But the important thing for me is that it's union-related money going to union-related families. And I think this is an appropriate way to spend some of our funds for our members. Thank you.
Thank you. Johanna?
Yeah, I really like the fund, but I struggle with the fact that this budget that we have created serves all of our members, every single one of them. And a charitable contribution, and grant you even a fine one, as this one is, takes money away from that budget and that mission. It's literally saying, in spite of the fact that communications was one of the most demanding or demanded services of our membership, it says, let's take 500 or last year 2,000, however much we gave severally. Which is more important? Is it serving our full membership and using our funds to accomplish our mission? Or is it to move that money where it will serve union members, but very few of our members are getting any direct benefit from the money that they have given us? So I am not in favor of that. And as I said, I would like to see us build an alternative way to gather funds for charitable use.
Thanks us.
Thank you. Maurice?
Well, obviously, we're looking at a two-edged sword here. but I agree with Carol on the fact that we talk about alliances and how important they are to us, how important Washington State Labor Council is to us. And yet we turn around and tell them, no, we're not giving them any money for this. I mean, we got to look at that. Another thing is we could be helping future members, and they look back and go, I remember seeing those people's names when my house burnt down or flood or whatever that case might have been. I mean, we got to look at long term. We got to look at goals and membership and the 500. But I also agree with Steve that talk about, the chapters. If every chapter gave $100, that's more than $500. I mean, so there's a couple of ways to look at this down the road, but I'm for this.
Thank you. Omagene?
Yes, I think we should open it up to the members. We don't all agree on charitable who should get what and how much and so forth. But if we could be the vehicle through which those donations come in from members of RPAC who want it directed to a certain organization or whatever, that would be a participation that is perhaps less argumentative.
You. Adrian?
Thank you, Mr. President. Hi, Adrian Manillas, Officer Chapter 37, 14-year member of RPAC. Something that goes through my head as I'm listening to the conversation, AFSCME dues from dues paying members from AFSCME pays for the money that they send to this organization. And what would happen if the AFSCME members had the same sort of attitude or thought? Well, we don't want to give money to them because we don't need to give money to them because this is our dues dollars and we're not retirees yet. So why should we give them money? And I think if you think of it that way, it makes a little bit more sense. I think Carol's motion is in order and it is proper to move some money to those that may need it. I mean, it's kind of, I'm hearing people are talking out both sides of their mouth, I guess. First they want the support from other people that are actually paying. You don't think our dues will actually pay for the staff at RPAC and the events they do. I mean, our dues go to a small portion of it. So I hate to see us saying, well, we can't give money to somebody else because we see no personal benefit out of our dues dollars while accepting dues from the 35,000 people alone in this state that donate money to AFSCME. So anyway, thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you. Carol? You're muted.
I just want to tell you that this Labor Council program is very important to the Labor Council. All of the affiliated unions donate to this. In the past, you have donated $1,500 a year. You did it again this year. All of that money for the last 2 years went to your own membership. And if they ran out of your money, they would have spent somebody else's money because it's a big pool of money that's come in from all of the unions all over the state. So I think it's morally bankrupt to not put our money in. And all I'm asking for, because you say there's a budget problem, is $500. In the past, you've donated $1,500. And having chapters send money into the council so the council can pretend it donated to the fund, I think it's morally bankrupt. And I feel very strongly about this. All of the people on that board work for free. All of the money that goes into that pot goes directly out to families and nobody's getting a salary. I mean, it's not like your average charity. It is not. It's entirely different. You should be very proud of it and you should be proud to participate in it. And you should be grateful when you will benefit from it when you have a tragedy in your own house. And those RPAC members who got that money are extremely grateful. 2 of them lost everything in a fire, everything, including their pets. It's devastating. So when you're at the lowest point in your life and your union reaches out and says, here, take my hand, I'm going to pull you up. That means a lot. You never forget that experience, never. So you do what you like, but adding a bureaucratic layer does not relieve you of a responsibility to participate in a labor council program. Thank you.
Thank you. Penny?
I would like to speak in favor of Carol's resolution. I think we need to maintain our coalitions at both the state and the local levels. We can all contribute, continue these coalitions. RPEC can put in the $500 and we can also, through our Central Labor Councils pay, ask them, we can give donations to them from our local chapters. And we might want to think about in the future or soon, even making an account that people could add to from their personal finances. So,
Thank you. Claude?
Mr. President, we have had a sufficient number of pros and cons, and I call for a question.
Well, thank you. So those in favor of amending the budget to add $500 to line 532, I'm sorry, 5240, signify by raising your digital hand.
where'd it go? Hang on.
One,
It's
2, 3, 10. Okay, thank you. Hands down. Those opposed by the same sign. Three. Thank you. So we have made an amendment to the budget. The main motion on the floor, adoption of the budget. Is there any further discussion? Joanna?
Yes, I would like to know where we're taking that money from, which line item. How about travel?
Give me a number.
And let's see,
Well, you said it was $500.
5,500.
yes, it's $500.
So is that a motion you're making or what?
Yes, we would like to make a motion that we identify where that money is coming from. In this budget, where in this budget will that come from?
I'll second that.
Somebody have an idea?
I thought Johanna said she was taking it out of travel.
Said, let's consider taking it out of travel. I can't dictate that. I can just suggest it.
Out of the travel account that only has 500 in it? Or what travel?
Oh, about How about council travel?
Council travel? There's no council travel. There's legislative
Yeah.
advocacy, membership, and
So, yeah,
other
so the
staff travel.
membership in the membership recruitment area, that travel are the tabling events that Jacob does, and sometimes other staff also do those as well. So that's visibility at locals and participation at large scale events like the Washington State Labor Council Convention, the WFC Convention, the Council 2 Convention. That's what that travel is. That we've placed there under
Do you have a-
legislative.
Do you have a suggestion, Lori, about where that might come from?
About 7110.
Yeah, it can come out of, absolutely. It could come out of that line item. However, that line item has incurred a great many expenses. There's a tremendous amount that we're outlaying on a monthly basis for out of pocket. So by that, I mean that when board members turn in their travel reimbursements for mileage, it's hundreds of dollars a month that we're providing to board members for mileage reimbursement at the federal IRS rate. So the way that, I mean, if the board agreed not to submit expenses for a 1 month period or 2 month period, that would certainly cover that amount of money.
Make a motion to that effect, or am I already motioned out?
Not
Okay,
gonna,
I'll second it, just to get the
Not
thing on the
gonna-
floor. Claude,
No, what did Johanna say?
yeah,
she said, where would the $500 come from? And I suggested 7110 executive board and committee
Yeah, I know
expense,
that,
and-
but she had just mentioned something else. But
And
what
she made a
I'm-
motion to that effect. And I seconded it.
so I don't think it's reasonable to attack the members.
What members?
It feels vengeful, that motion.
No, I just figured we had, we would be able to do a better job of reining in costs next year. Because we're not doing multi-day board meetings and all that kind of stuff.
It's got to come from somewhere.
Well, let's make sure we take it out on the next.
Claude, did you?
Yeah,
Did you
I
get to say
wasn't
your
finished. I
piece?
was just, yeah. Since Johanna is the treasurer and we have another meeting on December the 11th, I would suggest, and I would make a motion to table this and let Johanna and her team figure out where we can take those monies from and bring it to the table at the board meeting on December the 11th.
I second that motion.
Come on. You've got to be kidding me.
No,
And then not approve the budget today?
Apparently.
Are you suggesting that we don't adopt a budget?
I'm suggesting that you should be able to figure out where to get $500 from, considering you have money you can put into a CD, and I'm sure you have other money that can be moved around. It's a small amount of money.
Yeah.
Carol, you're talking about cash moving to a CD, not expenses. A budget is dealing with the expense and revenue, not the CD would get us more revenue. that might be the way that you get your $500. But when you talk about moving cash around to a CD, that's cash, not expenses. I just want to clarify that you can't just take it out of cash. We're dealing with revenue and expense on a budget.
I'm not,
I hope-
I'm not
So
that, Elizabeth.
we have a contingency in the budget for legal fees at $1,000. If we do not need, that would pay for potentially 1 hour. $500 would pay for approximately an hour of an attorney's time and their administrative costs. So that is a contingency amount. We do not know whether we need any type of legal support around the alleged PDC.
Katrina is very
violation.
excitedly waving her hand at me.
So that may be
Let's
one
let her
area.
speak.
Well,
She's been
okay.
her hand up for quite a while.
I have a question about the need for employee recruitment. There are $2,000 in the budget on line 5150. I know that when we recruited Elizabeth, it was an outrageous amount of money that we had to spend. I'm hoping that we don't anticipate any employee turnover, but it seems to me that we could take $500 out of that line, since we don't right this minute have any expectation of needing it. And
Well, remember, this is for 24, and I don't support that recommendation, because that money would be used in order to use usually LinkedIn. And so it really helps in recruitment, and we're going to need money to do that if someone should choose to take another job. I can't predict whether staff will stay over the next year or not. So that contingency I would recommend keeping in, but I offered up but was cut off, limiting the legal support. We have $1,000 set aside,
Sure.
which is a very small amount for legal counsel. So we're just taking a risk there, or as Claire suggested, that the board rein in costs for travel, for their travel reimbursements, which is another way to address the $500.
I move that we take it out of the legal contingency.
Second,
second,
I think we already had a motion on the floor to the effect of taking it out of the travel expenses for the board.
Withdraw my motion.
Excuse me?
I withdraw.
And oh yeah, actually it was the you said travel, so and I zeroed in on the board travel.
Did we get a second on that?
Yeah, Johanna made a motion, I made a second. So I think we need to deal with that one, or
please restate the
Or-
motion.
it was to take 500. Johanna wanted to know where the money was gonna come from. And I suggested 7110. Lori suggested legal. I don't really care. Somebody want to make an amendment to the motion to change it from 7110 to 5414?
I'm
so moved.
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
I so move.
Oh, thank you, Alma Jean.
Second,
Okay, thank you. Is there discussion on that? The motion would amend the original recommendation to take the money from board travel and take it instead from legal. Those in favor of that motion, please raise your digital hand. I think I got about 11. Is that right, Derek?
Correct.
Okay, and lower your hand. Those opposed by the same sign. 2, I think. Thank you. So we found the $500, Johanna. Please don't
Thank
send me
you.
down that rabbit hole again.
Thank you very much.
Candy? You're muted.
Thank you.
Okay.
Hey, I just wanted to make a comment on the special events. Is that we put in there that on 6310 that we're not having a legislative reception. I just wanted to remind everybody that when we sent out the survey, the members said to us, what was important to them is the legislative day events, which means the reception. As you all know, the reception is an opportunity for legislators to come talk to people, but it's also an opportunity for you, the members, to come and network with WPEA and with your members also. It's an opportunity to have community together and partnership. So I'm disappointed that we've taken out the reception, is what I wanted to make the comment on that.
Thanks for your thoughts. That's a decision that was already made.
So I just wanted to make a comment too and ask a question on wages and benefits on 5113. Who is in the employees that are qualifying for this pension? How many people do we have that are qualifying for it? The reason why I'm asking is because we've jumped up from 45,000 to 70,000. So on that line.
That's because we have employees who will be eligible. And we don't know if they're going to choose to take the pension or not, but they will be eligible too.
What I was asking is, when will they be eligible and how many are going to be eligible?
I would assume it's 2.
An employee is
two
eligible.
most recent.
Yeah, an employee is eligible right after they pass through their 1-year anniversary. You know, which you might remember from the employment standards and procedures document. And so at that time they can opt in, but actually they can opt in at any time. Sometimes for financial reasons and other reasons they choose not to, because there's a portion, they pay a portion of their pension. And just like you did when you were state employees or county or city employees, and then there's another amount that's provided by the employer.
I just wanted to get the information about how many people we had, who's going to be possibly coming on up that we've budgeted for 70,000 from the 45 is what I was asking. So thank you.
So are we ready to act on the main motion to adopt the budget with the 2 amendments that were made to it? Is there any discussion on that? We've made 2 amendments. So on the motion to adopt the budget with the 2 amendments, those in favor, please signify by raising your digital hand. I've got 9, 10, 11. 11. Okay, hands down. Those opposed to adopting the budget as amended, please raise your digital hand. 1, I guess. Thank you. We have a budget. For the 12th, it looks to me like we probably have an hour, at least an hour and 20 minutes to say if it was this late in the day and we were continuing, it'd be an hour and 20 minutes. If we do a separate meeting, probably be a couple hours. But on December 11th, I'm assuming that you would like to conclude now and reconvene on December 11th. Would that be staff? Would that be like a 10 a.m. meeting?
Yes, it would be. It'd be like from 10 to 12 or something like that.
Does that work for folks?
Yes.
Can I
So
ask a
block
question?
that time on your calendar, 10 to noon on December 11th.
Why don't we say 10 to whenever we get done?
Is there a reason we can't finish up? Is there that much left?
Well, okay, we took a vote to continue the meeting to that date. But I'm perfectly willing to charge on through. We've got committee reports, which are for the most part not very detailed. And excuse me.
Claire, I had
Hello?
hoped to have at least part of this day, since things have been shut down because of the holiday, to get some business of my own attended to today. So I am much more in favor of coming back on the 11th. I don't want to go any further on today.
Yes, and I know Nancy's got a deadline that she needs to meet as well. So unless there's an overwhelming support for going on until 5-ish. Claude?
I have a NAACP board meeting coming up very shortly, and I need a break. So I would
Okay.
say, let's do it on the 11th.
Okay. Good enough. I don't see anybody wanting to hang in here. We've had a long day. I appreciate all the focus that you brought and maintained through this lengthy process. We knew that we had 2 big fat items on the agenda and you got us through them. So thank you, and we'll reconvene at 10 a.m. on December 11th, Monday, December 11th. Thanks
Okay.
for your time today.
Bye. I'm gone.
Thank you. I
Adios.
move we adjourn.
Oh yeah, I didn't say adjourned. We're adjourned.
Motion to adjourn. Hey.
Hey.